Chapter 13 of the Ivory Child by H. Rider Haggard. Chapter 13. Jana. No breakfast was brought to us that morning, probably for the reason that there was none to bring. This did not matter, however, seeing that plenty of food accumulated from supper and other meals stood in a corner of the house practically untouched. So we ate what we could, then paid our usual visit to the hut in which the camelman had been confined. I say had been, but now it was quite empty, the last poor fellow having vanished away like his companions. The sight of this vacuum filled me with a kind of fury. "They have all been murdered," I said to Marût. "No," he replied with gentle accuracy. "They have been sacrificed to Jana. What we have seen on the market-place at night was the rite of their sacrifice. Now it will be our turn, Lord Macumazana." "Well," I exclaimed, "I hope these devils are satisfied with Jana's answer to their accursed offerings, and if they try their fiendish pranks on us—" "Doubtless there will be another answer. But, Lord, the question is, will that help us?" Dumb with impotent rage I returned to the house where presently the remains of the reed gate opened. Through it appeared Simba the King, the diviner with the injured foot walking upon crutches, and others of whom the most were more or less wounded, presumably by the hailstones. Then it was that in my wrath I put off the pretence of not understanding their language and went for them before they could utter a single word. "Where are our servants, you murderers?" I asked, shaking my fist at them. "Have you sacrificed them to your devil god? If so, behold the fruits of sacrifice," and I swept my arm towards the country beyond. "Where are your crops?" I went on. "Tell me what you will live on this winter." At these words they quailed. In their imagination already they saw famine stalking towards them. "Why do you keep us here? Is it that you wait for a worse thing to befall you? Why do you visit us here now?" And I paused, gasping with indignation. "We came to look whether you had brought back to life that doctor whom you killed with your magic, white man," answered the king heavily. I stepped to the corner of the courtyard and, drawing aside the mat that I had thrown there, showed them what lay beneath. "Look then," I said, "and be sure that if you do not let us go, yonder thing is, so shall all of you be before another moon has been born and died. Such is the life we shall give to evil men like you." Now they grew positively terrified. "Lord," said Simba, for the first time addressing me by a title of respect, "your magic is too strong for us. Great misfortune has fallen upon our land. Hundreds of people are dead, killed by the ice stones that you have called down. Our harvest is ruined, and there is but little corn left in the store pits now when we looked to gather the new grain. Messengers come in from the outlying land telling us that nearly all the sheep and goats and very many of the cattle are slain. Soon we shall starve." "As you deserve to starve," I answered. "Now will you let us go?" Simba stared at me doubtfully, then began to whisper into the ear of the lamed diviner. I could not catch what they said, so I watched their faces. That of the diviner, whose head I was glad to see had been cut by a hailstone, so that both ends of him were now injured, told me a great deal. His mask had been ugly, but now that it was off, the countenance beneath was far uglier. Of a negroid type, pendulous-lipped, sensuous and loose-eyed, he was indeed a very hideous fellow, yet very cunning and very cruel-looking, as men of his class are apt to be. Humbled as he was for the moment, I felt sure that he was still plotting evil against us, somewhat against the will of his master. The issue showed that I was right. At length Simba spoke, saying: "We had intended, Lord, to keep you and the priest of the Child here as hostages against mischief that might be worked on us by the followers of the Child, who have always been our bitter enemies and done us much undeserved wrong, although on our part we have faithfully kept the pact concluded in the days of our grandfathers. It seems, however, that fate or your magic is too strong for us, and therefore I have determined to let you go. Tonight at sundown we will set you on the road which leads to the ford of the river Tava, which divides our territory from that of the White Kendah, and you may depart where you will, since our wish is that never again may we see your ill-omened faces." At this intelligence my heart leapt in joy that was altogether premature, but preserving my indignant air, I exclaimed: "To-night? Why to-night? Why not at once? It is hard for us to cross unknown rivers in the dark." "The water is low, Lord, and the ford easy. Moreover, if you started now you would reach it in the dark, whereas if you start at sundown you will reach it in the morning. Lastly, we cannot conduct you hence until we have buried our dead." Then, without giving me time to answer, he turned and left the place, followed by the others. Only at the gateway the diviner wheeled round on his crutches and glared at us both, muttering something with his thick lips. Probably it was curses. "At any rate they are going to set us free," I said to Marût, not without exultation, when they had all vanished. "Yes, Lord," he replied, "but where are they going to set us free? The demon Jana lives in the forests and the swamps by the banks of the Tava river, and it is said that he ravages at night." I did not pursue the subject, but reflected to myself cheerfully that this mystic rogue elephant was a long way off and might be circumvented, whereas the altar of sacrifice was extremely near and very difficult to avoid. Never did a thief with a rich booty in view, or a wooer having an assignation with his lady, wait for sundown more eagerly than I did that day. Hour after hour I sat upon the housetop, watching the Black Kendah carrying off the dead killed by the hailstones and generally trying to repair the damage done by the terrific tempest. Watching the sun also as it climbed down the cloudless sky and literally counting the minutes till it should reach the horizon, although I knew well that it would have been wiser after such a night to prepare for our journey by lying down to sleep. At length the great orb began to sink in majesty behind the tattered western forest, and punctual to the minute Simba with a mounted escort of some 20 men and 2 led horses appeared at our gate. As our preparations, which consisted only of Marût stuffing such food as was available into the breast of his robe, were already made, we walked out of that accursed guest house and, at a sign from the king, mounted the horses. Riding across the empty market-place and past the spot where the rough stone altar still stood with charred bones protruding from the ashes of its extinguished fire, were they those of our friends the camel drivers, I wondered, we entered the north street of the town. Here, standing at the doors of their houses, were many of the inhabitants who had gathered to watch us pass. Never did I see hate more savage than was written on those faces as they shook their fists at us and muttered curses not loud but deep. No wonder, for they were all ruined, poor folk, with nothing to look forward to but starvation until long months hence the harvest came again for those who would live to gather it. Also they were convinced that we, the white magician and the prophet of their enemy the Child, had brought this disaster on them. Had it not been for the escort I believe they would have fallen on us and torn us to pieces. Considering them, I understood for the first time how disagreeable real unpopularity can be. But when I saw the actual conditions of the fruitful gardens without in the waning daylight, I confess that I was moved to some sympathy with their owners. It was appalling. Not a handful of grain was left there to gather, for the corn had been not only laid but literally cut to ribbons by the hail. After running for some miles through cultivated land, the road entered the forest. Here it was dark as pitch, so dark that I wondered how our guides found their way. In that blackness dreadful apprehensions seized me, for I became convinced that we had been brought here to be murdered. Every minute I expected to feel a knife thrust in my back. I thought of digging my heels into the horses' sides and trying to gallop off anywhere, but abandoned the idea, first because I could not desert Marût, of whom I had lost touch in the gloom, and secondly because I was hemmed in by the escort. For the same reason I did not try to slip from the horse and glide away into the forest. There was nothing to be done save to go on and await the end. It came at last, some hours later. We were out of the forest now and there was the moon rising, past her full but still very bright. Her light showed me that we were on a wild moorland, swampy, with scattered trees growing here and there, across which what seemed to be a game track ran down the hill. That was all I could make out. Here the escort halted and Simba the King said in a sullen voice: "Dismount and go your ways, evil spirits, for we travel no further across this place which is haunted. Follow the track and it will lead you to a lake. Pass the lake and by morning you will come to the river beyond which lies the country of your friends. May its waters swallow you if you reach them. For learn there is one who watches on this road whom few care to meet." As he finished speaking men sprang at us and, pulling us from the horses, thrust us out of their company. Then they turned and in another minute were lost in the darkness, leaving us alone. "What now, friend Marût?" I asked. "Now, Lord, all we can do is go forward, for if we stay here Simba and his people will return and kill us at the daylight. One of them said so to me." "Then come on, Macduff," I exclaimed, stepping out briskly, and though he had never read Shakespeare, Marût understood and followed. "What did Simba mean about 'one on the road whom few care to meet'?" I asked over my shoulder when we had done half a mile or so. "I think he meant the elephant Jana," replied Marût with a groan. "Then I hope Jana isn't at home. Cheer up, Marût, the chances are that we shall never meet a single elephant in this big place." "Yet many elephants have been here, Lord," and he pointed to the ground. "It is said that they come to die by the waters of the lake, and this is one of the roads they follow on their death journey, a road that no other living thing dare travel." "Oh!" I exclaimed. "Then after all that was a true dream I had in the house in England." "Yes, Lord, because my brother Harût once lost his way out hunting when he was young and saw what his mind showed you in the dream, and what we shall see presently, if we live to come so far." I made no reply, both because what he said was either true or false, which I should ascertain presently, and because I was engaged in searching the ground with my eyes. He was right. Many elephants had travelled this path, one quite recently. I, a hunter of those brutes, could not be deceived on this point. Once or twice also I thought that I caught sight of the outline of some tall creature moving silently through the scattered thorns a couple of 100 yards or so to our right. It might have been an elephant or a giraffe, or perhaps nothing but a shadow, so I said nothing. As I heard no noise I was inclined to believe the latter explanation. In any case, what was the good of speaking? Unarmed and solitary amidst unknown dangers, our position was desperate, and as Marût's nerve was already giving out, to emphasize its horrors to him would be mere foolishness. On we trudged for another 2 hours, during which time the only living thing that I saw was a large owl which sailed round our heads as though to look at us, and then flew away ahead. This owl, Marût informed me, was one of Jana's spies, that kept him advised of all that was passing in his territory. I muttered "bosh" and tramped on. Still I was glad that we saw no more of the owl, for in certain circumstances such dark fears are catching. We reached the top of a rise, and there beneath us lay the most desolate scene that I have ever seen. At least it would have been the most desolate if I did not chance to have looked on it before, in the drawing room of Ragnall Castle. There was no doubt about it. Below was the black, melancholy lake, a large sheet of water surrounded by reeds. Around, but at a considerable distance, appeared the tropical forest. To the east of the lake stretched a stony plain. At the time I could make out no more because of the uncertain light and the distance, for we had still over a mile to go before we reached the edge of the lake. The aspect of the place filled me with tremblings, both because of its utter uncanniness and because of the inexplicable truth that I had seen it before. Most people will have experienced this kind of moral shock when on going to some new land they recognize a locality as being quite familiar to them in all its details. Or it may be the rooms of a house hitherto unvisited by them. Or it may be a conversation of which, when it begins, they already foreknow the sequence and the end, because in some dim state, when or how, who can say, they have taken part in that talk with those same speakers. If this be so even in cheerful surroundings and among our friends or acquaintances, it is easy to imagine how much greater was the shock to me, a traveller on such a journey and in such a night. I shrank from approaching the shores of this lake, remembering that as yet all the vision was not unrolled. I looked about me. As we went to the left we should either strike the water, or if we followed its edge, still bearing to the left, must ultimately reach the forest, where probably we should be lost. I looked to the right. The ground was strewn with boulders, among which grew thorns and rank grass, impracticable for men on foot at night. I looked behind me, meditating retreat, and there, some hundreds of yards away behind low scrubby mimosas mixed with aloe-like plants, I saw something brown toss up and disappear again that might very well have been the trunk of an elephant. Then, animated by the courage of despair and a desire to know the worst, I began to descend the elephant track toward the lake almost at a run. 10 minutes or so more brought us to the eastern head of the lake, where the reeds whispered in the breath of the night wind like things alive. As I expected, it proved to be a bare open space where nothing seemed to grow. Yes, and all about me were the decaying remains of elephants, hundreds of them, some with their bones covered in moss that may have lain here for generations, and others more newly dead. They were all old beasts, as I could tell by the tusks, whether male or female. Indeed, about me within a radius of a quarter of a mile lay enough ivory to make a man very rich for life, since although discoloured, much of it seemed to have kept quite sound, like human teeth in a mummy case. The sight gave me a new zest for life. If only I could manage to survive and carry off that ivory! I would. In this way or in that I swore that I would. Who could possibly die with so much ivory to be had for the taking? Not that old hunter, Allan Quatermain. Then I forgot about the ivory, for there in front of me, just where it should be, just as I had seen it in the dream picture, was the bull elephant dying, a thin and ancient brute that had lived its long life to the last hour. It searched about as though to find a convenient resting place, and when this was discovered, stood over it, swayed to and fro for a full minute. Then it lifted its trunk and trumpeted shrilly thrice, singing its swan song, after which it sank slowly to its knees, its trunk outstretched and the points of its worn tusks resting on the ground. Evidently it was dead. I let my eyes travel on and behold, about 50 yards beyond the dead bull was a mound of hard rock. I watched it with gasping expectation and, yes, on the top of the mound something slowly materialized. Although I knew what it must be well enough, for a while I could not see quite clearly because there were certain little clouds about, and one of them had floated over the face of the moon. It passed, and before me, perhaps 140 paces away, outlined clearly against the sky, I perceived the devilish elephant of my vision. Oh, what a brute that was! In bulk and height it appeared to be half as big again as any of its tribe which I had known in all my life's experience. It was enormous, unearthly, a survivor perhaps of some ancient species that lived before the flood, or at least a very giant of its kind. Its grey-black sides were scarred as though with fighting. One of its huge tusks, much worn at the end, for evidently it was very old, gleamed white in the moonlight. The other was broken off about halfway down its length. When perfect it had been malformed, for it curved downwards and not upwards, also rather out to the right. There stood this mammoth, this leviathan, this monstrum horrendum in forma ingens, as I remember my old father used to call a certain gigantic and misshapen bull that we had on the station, flapping a pair of ears that looked like the sides of a Kaffir hut and waving a trunk as big as a weaver's beam, whatever a weaver's beam may be, an appalling and a petrifying sight. I squatted behind the skeleton of an elephant which happened to be handy and well covered with moss and ferns, and watched the beast, fascinated, wishing that I had a large bore rifle in my hand. What became of Marût I do not exactly know, but I think that he lay down on the ground. During the minute or so that followed I reflected a good deal, as we do in times of emergency, often after a useless sort of a fashion. For instance, I wondered why the brute appeared thus upon yonder mound, and the thought suggested itself to me that it was summoned thither from some neighbouring lair by the trumpet call of the dying elephant. It occurred to me even that it was a kind of king of the elephants, to which they felt bound to report themselves, as it were, in the hour of their decease. Certainly what followed gave some credence to my fantastical notion which, if there were anything in it, might account for this great graveyard at that particular spot. After standing for a while in the attitude that I have described, testing the air with its trunk, Jana, for I will call him so, lumbered down the mound and advanced straight to where the elephant that I had thought to be dead was kneeling. As a matter of fact it was not quite dead, for when Jana arrived it lifted its trunk and curled it round that of Jana as though in affectionate greeting, then let it fall to the ground again. Thereon Jana did what I had seen it do in my dream or vision at Ragnall, namely attacked it, knocking it over onto its side where it lay motionless, quite dead this time. Now I remembered that the vision was not accurate after all, since in it I had seen Jana destroy a woman and a child, who on the present occasion were wanting. Since then I have thought that this was because Harût, clairvoyantly or telepathically, had conveyed to me, as indeed Marût declared, a scene which he had witnessed similar to that which I was witnessing, but not identical in its incidents. Thus it happened, perhaps, that while the act of the woman and the child was omitted, in our case there was another act of the play to follow of which I had received no inkling in my Ragnall experience. Indeed, if I had received it, I should not have been there that night, for no inducement on earth would have brought me to Kendahland. This was the act. Jana, having prodded his dead brother to his satisfaction, whether from viciousness or to put it out of pain, I cannot say, stood over the carcass in an attitude of grief or pious meditation. At this time, I should mention, the wind, which had been rustling the hail-ripped reeds at the lake border, had died away almost, but not completely. That is to say, only a very faint gust blew now and again, which, with a hunter's instinct, I observed with satisfaction, drew from the direction of Jana towards ourselves. This I knew because it struck on my forehead, which was wet with perspiration, and cooled the skin. Presently, however, by a cursed spite of fate, one of these gusts, a very little one, came from some quarter behind us, for I felt it in my back hair that was damp as the rest of me. Just then I was glancing to my right, where it seemed to me that out of the corner of my eye I had caught sight of something passing among the stones at a distance of 100 yards or so, possibly the shadow of a cloud or another elephant. At the time I did not ascertain which it was, since a faint rattle from Jana's trunk reconcentrated all my faculties on him in a painfully vivid fashion. I looked to see that all the contemplation had departed from his attitude, now as alert as that of a fox terrier which imagines he has seen a rat. His vast ears were cocked, his huge bulk trembled, his enormous trunk sniffed the air. Great heavens, thought I to myself, he has winded us. Then I took such consolation as I could from the fact that the next gust once more struck upon my forehead, for I hoped he would conclude that he had made a mistake. Not a bit of it. Jana was far too old a bird or beast to make any mistake. He grunted, got himself going like a luggage train and with great deliberation walked towards us, smelling at the ground, smelling at the air, smelling to the right, to the left, and even towards heaven above, as though he expected that thence might fall upon him vengeance for his many sins. A dozen times as he came did I cover him with an imaginary rifle, marking the exact spots where I might have hoped to send a bullet to his vitals in a kind of automatic fashion, for all my real brain was contemplating my own approaching end. I wondered how it would happen. Would he drive that great tusk through me? Would he throw me into the air, or would he kneel upon my poor little body and avenge the deaths of his kin that had fallen at my hands? Marût was speaking in a rattling whisper. "The priests have told Jana to kill us. We are about to die," he said. "Before I die I want to say that the lady, the wife of the Lord—" "Silence!" I hissed. "He will hear you." For at that instant I took not the slightest interest in any lady on the earth. Fiercely I glared at Marût and noted even then how pitiful was his countenance. There was no smile there now. All its jovial roundness had vanished. It had sunk in. It was blue and ghastly with large protruding eyes, like to that of a man who had been 3 days dead. I was right. Jana had heard. Low as the whisper was, through that intense silence it had penetrated to his almost preternatural senses. Forward he came at a run for 20 paces or more, with his trunk held straight out in front of him. Then he halted again, perhaps the length of a cricket pitch away, and smelt as before. The sight was too much for Marût. He sprang up and ran for his life towards the lake, purposing, I suppose, to take refuge in the water. Oh, how he ran! After him went Jana like a railway engine, express this time, trumpeting as he charged. Marût reached the lake, which was quite close, about 10 yards ahead, and plunging into it with a bound, began to swim. Now, I thought, he may get away if the crocodiles don't have him, for that devil will scarcely take to the water. But this was just where I made a mistake, for with a mighty splash in went Jana too. Also he was a better swimmer. Marût soon saw this and swung round to the shore, by which manoeuvre he gained a little as he could turn quicker than Jana. Back they came, Jana just behind Marût, striking at him with his great trunk. They landed. Marût flew a few yards ahead, doubling in and out among the rocks like a hare, and, to my horror, making for where I lay, whether by accident or in a mad hope of obtaining protection I do not know. It may be asked why I had not taken the opportunity to run also in the opposite direction. There are several answers. The first was that there seemed to be nowhere to run. The second that I felt sure if I did run I should trip up over the skeletons of those elephants or the stones. The third that I did not think of it at once. The fourth that Jana had not yet seen me and I had no craving to introduce myself to him personally. And the fifth and greatest, that I was so paralysed with fear that I did not feel as though I could lift myself from the ground. Everything about me seemed to be dead, except my powers of observation, which were painfully alive. Of a sudden Marût gave up. Less than a stone's throw from me he wheeled round and facing Jana hurled at him some fearful and concentrated curse, of which all I could distinguish were the words, "The Child." Oddly enough it seemed to have an effect upon the furious rogue, which halted in its rush and, putting its 4 feet together, slid a few paces nearer and stood still. It was just as though the beast had understood the words and were considering them. If so, their effect was to rouse him to perfect madness. He screamed terribly, he lashed his sides with his trunk, his red and wicked eyes rolled, foam flew from the cavern of his open mouth, he danced upon his great feet, a sort of hideous Scottish reel. Then he charged. I shut my eyes for a moment. When I opened them again it was to see poor Marût higher in the air than ever he flew before. I thought that he would never come down, but he did at last with an awesome thud. Jana went to him and, very gently now that he was dead, picked him up in his trunk. I prayed that he might carry him away to some hiding place and leave me in peace. But not so. With slow and steady strides, rocking the deceased Marût up and down in his trunk as a nurse might rock a baby, he marched on to the very stone where I lay, behind which I suppose he had seen or smelt me all the time. For quite a long while, it seemed more than a century, he stood over me, studying me as though I interested him very much, the water of the lake trickling in a refreshing stream from his great ears on to my back. Had it not been for that water I think I should have fainted, but as it was I did the next best thing, pretended to be dead. Perhaps this monster would scorn to touch a dead man. Watching out of the corner of my eye I saw him lift one vast paw that was the size of an armchair and hold it over me. Now goodbye to the world, thought I. Then the foot descended as a steam hammer does, but also as a steam hammer sometimes does when used to crack nuts, stopped as it touched my back, and presently came to earth again alongside of me, perhaps because Jana thought the foothold dangerous. At any rate he took another and better way. Depositing the remains of Marût with the most tender care beside me, as though the nurse were putting the child to bed, he unwound his yards of trunk and began to feel me all over with its tip, commencing at the back of my neck. Oh, the sensation of that clammy, wriggling tip upon my spinal column! Down it went till it reached to the seat of my trousers. There it pinched, presumably to ascertain whether or no I were malingering, a most agonizing pinch like to that of a pair of blacksmith's tongs. So sharp was it that, although I did not stir who was aware that the slightest movement meant death, it tore a piece out of the stout cloth of my breeches, to say nothing of a portion of the skin beneath. This seemed to astonish the beast, for it lifted the tip of its trunk and shifted its head as though to examine the fragment by the light of the moon. Now indeed all was over, for when it saw blood upon that cloth, I put up one short piteous prayer to heaven to save me from this terrible end, and lo! it was answered. For just as Jana, the results of the inspection being unsatisfactory, was cocking his ears and making ready to slay me, there rang out the short, sharp report of a rifle fired within a few yards. Glancing up at the instant, I saw blood spurt from the monster's left eye, where evidently the bullet had found a home. He felt at his eye with his trunk, then uttering a scream of pain, wheeled round and rushed away. End of chapter 13. Chapter 14 of The Ivory Child by H. Rider Haggard. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 14. The Chase. I suppose that I swooned for a minute or two. At any rate I remember a long and very curious dream, such a dream as is evolved by a patient under laughing gas, that is very clear and vivid at the time but immediately afterwards slips from the mind's grasp as does water from the clenched hand. It was something to the effect that those hundreds of skeleton elephants rose and marshalled themselves before me, making obeisance to me by bending their bony knees, because, as I quite understood, I was the only human being that had ever escaped from Jana. Moreover, on the foremost elephant's skull Hans was perched like a mahout, giving words of command to their serried ranks and explaining to them that it would be very convenient if they would carry their tusks, for which they had no further use, and pile them in a certain place, I forget where, that must be near to a good road to facilitate their subsequent transport to a land where they would be made into billiard balls and the backs of ladies' hairbrushes. Next, through the figments of that retreating dream, I heard the undoubted voice of Hans himself, which of course I knew to be absurd, as Hans was lost and doubtless dead, saying: "If you are alive, Baas, please wake up soon, as I have finished reloading Intombi and it is time to be going. I think I hit Jana in the eye, but so big a beast will soon get over so little a thing as that and look for us, and the bullet from Intombi is too small to kill him, Baas, especially as it is not likely that either of us could hit him in the other eye." Now I sat up and stared. Yes, there was Hans himself, looking just the same as usual, only perhaps rather dirtier, engaged in setting a cap on to the nipple of that little rifle Intombi. "Hans," I said in a hollow voice, "why the devil are you here?" "To save you from the devil, of course, Baas," he replied aptly. Then resting the gun against the stone, the old fellow knelt down by my side and throwing his arms around me began to blubber over me, exclaiming: "Just in time, Baas, only just in time, for as usual Hans made a mess of things and judged badly. I'll tell you afterwards. Still just in time, thanks be to your reverend father the Predikant. Oh, if he had delayed me for one more minute you would have been as flat as my nose, Baas. Now come quickly. I've got the camel tied up here and he can carry two, being fat and strong after 4 days' rest with plenty to eat. This place is haunted, Baas, and that king of the devils, Jana, will be back after us presently, as soon as he has wiped the blood out of his eye." I didn't make any remark, having no taste for conversation just then, but only looked at poor Marût, who lay by me as though he were sleeping. "Oh, Baas," said Hans, "there is no need to trouble about him, for his neck is broken and he is quite dead. Also, it is as well," he added cheerfully, "for as your reverend father doubtless remembered, the camel could never carry three. Moreover, if he stops here, poor Jana will come back to play with him instead of following us." Poor Marût! This was his requiem as sung by Hans. With a last glance at the unhappy man to whom I had grown attached in a way during our time of joint captivity and trial, I took the arm of the old Hottentot, or rather leant upon his shoulder, for at first I felt too weak to walk by myself, and picked my path with him through the stones and skeletons of elephants, across the plateau eastwards, that is, away from the lake. About 200 yards from the scene of our tragedy was a mound of rock similar to that on which Jana had appeared, but much smaller, behind which we found the camel, kneeling as a well-trained beast of the sort should do, and tethered to a stone. As we went, in brief but sufficient language Hans told me his story. It seemed that after he shot the Kendah general it came into his cunning, foreseeing mind that he might be of more use to me free than as a companion in captivity, or that if I were killed he might in that case live to bring vengeance on my slayers. So he broke away, as has been described, and hid till nightfall on the hillside. Then by the light of the moon he tracked us, avoiding the villages, and ultimately found a place of shelter in a kind of cave in the forest near Simba Town, where no people lived. Here he fed the camel at night, concealing it at dawn in the cave. The days he spent up a tall tree, whence he could watch all that went on in the town beneath, living meanwhile on some food which he carried in a bag tied to the saddle, helped out by green mealies which he stole from a neighbouring field. Thus he saw most of what passed in the town, including the desolation wrought by the fearful tempest of hail, which, being in their cave, both he and the camel escaped without harm. On the next evening from his post of outlook up the tree, where he had now some difficulty in hiding himself because the hail had stripped off all of its leaves, he saw Marût and myself brought from the guest house and taken away by the escort. Descending and running to the cave, he saddled the camel and started in pursuit, plunging into the forest and hiding there when he perceived that the escort were leaving us. Here he waited until they had gone by on their return journey. So close did they pass to him that he could overhear their talk, which told him they expected, or rather were sure, that we should be destroyed by the elephant Jana, their devil god, to whom the camel-men had already been sacrificed. After they had departed he remounted and followed us. Here I asked him why he had not overtaken us before we came to the cemetery of elephants, as I presumed he might have done, since he stated that he was close to our rear. This indeed was the case, for it was the head of the camel I saw behind the thorn trees when I looked back, and not the trunk of an elephant as I had supposed. At the time he would give me no direct answer, except that he grew muddled as he had already suggested, and thought it best to keep in the background and see what happened. Long afterwards he admitted to me that he acted on a presentiment. "It seemed to me, Baas," he said, "that your reverend father was telling me that I should do best to let you two go on and not show myself, since if I did so we should all three be killed, as one of us must walk whom the other two could not desert. Whereas if I left you as you were, one of you would be killed and the other escape, and that the one to be killed would not be you, Baas. All of which came about as the Spirit spoke to my head, for Marût was killed, who did not matter, and you know the rest, Baas." To return to Hans' story. He saw us march down to the borders of the lake and, keeping to our right, took cover behind the knoll of rock, whence he watched also all that followed. When Jana advanced to attack us, Hans crept forward in the hope, a very wild one, of crippling him with the little Purdey rifle. Indeed, he was about to fire at the hind leg when Marût made his run for life and plunged into the lake. Then he crawled on to lead me away to the camel, but when he was within a few yards the chase returned our way and Marût was killed. From that moment he waited for an opportunity to shoot Jana in the only spot where so soft a bullet would, as he knew, have the faintest chance of injuring him vitally, namely in the eye. For he was sure that its penetration would not be sufficient to reach the vitals through that thick hide and the mass of flesh behind. With an infinite and wonderful patience he waited, knowing that my life or death hung in the balance. While Jana held his foot over me, while he felt me with his trunk, still Hans waited, balancing the arguments for and against firing upon the scales of experience in his clever old mind, and in the end coming to a right and wise conclusion. At length his chance came. The brute exposed his eye, and by the light of the clear moon Hans, always a very good shot at a distance when it was not necessary to allow for trajectory and wind, let drive and hit. The bullet did not get to the brain as he had hoped, he had not the strength for that, but it destroyed this left eye and gave Jana such pain that for a while he forgot all about me and everything else except escape. Such was the Hottentot's tale as I picked up from his laconic, colourless Dutch patois sentences. Then and afterwards, a very wonderful tale, I thought. But for him, his fidelity and his bushman's cunning, where should I have found myself before that moon set? We mounted the camel after I had paused a minute to take a pull from a flask of brandy which remained in the saddlebags. Although he loved strong drink so well, Hans had saved it untouched on the mere chance that it might some time be of service to me, his master. The monkey-like Hottentot sat in front and directed the camel, while I accommodated myself as best I could on the sheepskins behind. Luckily they were thick and soft, for Jana's pinch was not exactly that of a lover. Off we went, picking our way carefully till we reached the elephant track beyond the mound where Jana had appeared, which, in the light of faith, we hoped would lead us to the river Tava. Here we made better progress, but still could not go very fast because of the holes made by the feet of Jana and his company. Soon we had left the cemetery behind us and lost the sight of the lake which I devoutly trusted I might never see again. Now the track ran upwards from the hollow to a ridge 2 or 3 miles away. We reached the crest of this ridge without accident, except that on our road we met another aged elephant, a cow with very poor tusks, travelling to its last resting place, or so I suppose. I don't know which was the more frightened, the sick cow or the camel, for camels hate elephants as horses hate camels until they get used to them. The cow bolted to the right as quickly as it could, which was not very fast, and the camel bolted to the left with such convulsive bounds that we were nearly thrown off its back. However, being an equable brute, it soon recovered its balance, and we got back to the track beyond the cow. From the top of the rise we saw that before us lay a sandy plain lightly clothed in grass, and to our joy, about 10 miles away at the foot of a very gentle slope, the moonlight gleamed upon the waters of a broad river. It was not easy to make out, but it was there. We were both sure it was there. We could not mistake the wavering, silvering flash. On we went for another quarter of a mile, when something caused me to turn round on the sheepskin and look back. Oh, heavens! At the very top of the rise, clearly outlined against the sky, stood Jana himself with his trunk lifted. Next instant he trumpeted a furious rattling challenge of rage and defiance. "Almagti, Baas," said Hans, "the old devil is coming to look for his lost eye and has seen us with what remains. He has been travelling on our spoor." "Forward," I answered, bringing my heels into the camel's ribs. Then the race began. The camel was a very good camel, one of the real running breed. Also, as Hans said, it was comparatively fresh, and may moreover have been aware that it was near to the plains where it had been bred. Lastly, the going was now excellent, soft to its spongy feet but not too deep in sand, nor were there any rocks over which it could fall. It went off like the wind, making nothing of our united weights which did not come to more than 200 pounds, or half of what it would carry with ease, being perhaps urged to its top speed by the knowledge that the elephant was behind. For mile after mile we rushed down the plain, but we did not go alone, for Jana came after us like a cruiser after a gunboat. Moreover, swiftly as we travelled, he travelled just a little swifter, gaining say a few yards in every 100. For the last mile before we came to the river bank, half an hour later perhaps, though it seemed to be a week, he was not more than 50 paces to our rear. I glanced back at him, and in the light of the moon, which was growing low, he bore a strange resemblance to a mud cottage with broken chimneys, which were his ears flapping on each side of him, and the yard pump projecting from the upper window. "We shall beat him now, Hans," I said, looking at the broad river which was now close at hand. "Yes, Baas," answered Hans doubtfully and in jerks. "This is a very good camel, Baas. He runs so fast that I have no inside left. I suppose because he smells his wife over that river, to say nothing of death behind him. But, Baas, I am not sure. That devil Jana is still faster than the camel, and he wants to settle for his lost eye, which makes him lively. Also I see stones ahead which are bad for camels. Then there is the river, and I don't know if camels can swim, but Jana can be as Marut learned. Do you think, Baas, that you could manage to sting him with a bullet in his knee, or that great trunk of his, just to give him something to think about besides ourselves?" Thus he prattled on, I believe to occupy my mind and his own, till at length growing impatient I replied: "Be silent, donkey. Can I shoot an elephant backward over my shoulder with a rifle meant for springbuck? Hit the camel. Hit it hard." Alas, Hans was right. There were stones at the verge of the river, which doubtless it had washed out in periods of past flood, and presently we were among them. Now a camel, so good on sand that is its native heath, is a worthless brute among stones, over which it slips and flounders. But to Jana these appeared to offer little or no obstacle. At any rate he came over them almost if not quite as fast as before. By the time that we reached the brink of the water he was not more than 10 yards behind. I could even see the blood running down from the socket of his ruined eye. Moreover, at the sight of the foaming but shallow torrent, the camel, a creature unaccustomed to water, pulled up in a mulish kind of way and for a moment refused to stir. Luckily at this instant Jana let off one of his archangel kind of trumpetings, which started our beast again, since it was more afraid of elephants than it was of water. In we went and were presently floundering among the loose stones at the bottom of the river, which was nowhere over 4 feet deep, with Jana splashing after us not more than 5 yards behind. I twisted myself round and fired at him with the rifle. Whether I hit him or no I could not say, but he stopped for a few seconds, perhaps because he remembered the effect of a similar explosion upon his eye, which gave us a trifling start. Then he came on again in his steam engine fashion. When we were about in the middle of the river the inevitable happened. The camel fell, pitching us over its head into the stream. Still clinging to the rifle, I picked myself up and began half to swim, half to wade towards the farther shore, catching hold of Hans with my free hand. In a moment Jana was on to that camel. He gored it with his tusks, he trampled it with his feet, he got it round the neck with his trunk, dragging nearly the whole bulk of it out of the water. Then he set to work to pound it down into the mud and stones at the bottom of the river with such a persistent thoroughness that he gave us time to reach the other bank and climb up a stout tree which grew there, a sloping, flat-topped kind of tree that was fortunately easy to ascend, at least for a man. Here we sat gasping, perhaps about 30 feet above the ground level, and waited. Presently Jana, having finished with the camel, followed us, and without any difficulty located us in that tree. He walked all round it considering the situation. Then he wound his huge trunk around the bole of the tree and putting out his strength tried to pull it over. It was an anxious moment, but this particular child of the forest had not grown there for some hundreds of years, withstanding all the shocks of wind, weather and water, in order to be laid low by an elephant, however enormous. It shook a little, no more. Abandoning this attempt as futile, Jana began to try to dig it up by driving his tusk under the roots. Here he failed because they grew among stones, which evidently jarred him. Ceasing from these agricultural efforts with a deep rumble of rage, he adopted yet a third expedient. Rearing his huge bulk into the air, he brought down his forefeet with all the tremendous weight of his great body behind them onto the sloping trunk of the tree just below where the branches sprang, perhaps 12 or 13 feet above the ground. The shock was so heavy that for a moment I thought the tree would be uprooted or snapped in two. Thank heaven it held, but the vibration was such that Hans and I were nearly shaken out of the upper branches, like autumn apples from a bough. Indeed, I think I should have gone had not the monkey-like Hans, who had toes to cling with as well as fingers, gripped me by the collar. Thrice did Jana repeat this manoeuvre. At the third onslaught I saw to my horror that the roots were loosening. I heard some of them snap, and a crack appeared in the ground not far from the bole. Fortunately Jana never noted these symptoms, for abandoning a plan which he considered unavailing, he stood for a while swaying his trunk and lost in gentle thought. "Hans," I whispered, "load the rifle, quick. I can get him in the spine or the other eye." "Wet powder won't go off, Baas," groaned Hans. "The water got to it in the river." "No," I answered, and it is all your fault for making me shoot at him when I could take no aim." "It would have been just the same, Baas, for the rifle went under water also when we fell from the camel, and the cap would have been damp and perhaps the powder too. Also the shot made Jana stop for a moment." This was true, but it was maddening to be obliged to sit there with an empty gun, when if I had but one charge, or even my pistol, I was sure that I could have blinded or crippled this satanic pachyderm. A few minutes later Jana played his last card. Coming quite close to the trunk of the tree, he reared himself up as before, but this time stretched out his forelegs so that these and his body were supported on the broad bole. Then he elongated his trunk and with it began to break off boughs which grew between us and him. "I don't think he can reach us," I said doubtfully to Hans. "That is, unless he brings a stone to stand on." "Oh, Baas, pray be silent," answered Hans, "or he will understand and fetch one." Though the idea seemed absurd, on the whole I thought it well to take the hint, for who knew how much this experienced beast did or did not understand. Then, as we could go no higher, we wriggled as far as we dared along our boughs and waited. Presently Jana, having finished his clearing operations, began to lengthen his trunk to its full measure. Literally it seemed to expand like a telescope or india rubber ring. Out it came, foot after foot, till its snapping tip was waving within a few inches of us, just short of my foot and Hans's head, or rather felt hat. One final stretch and he reached the hat, which he removed with a flourish and thrust it into the red cavern of his mouth. As it appeared no more, I suppose he ate it. This loss of his hat moved Hans to fury. Hurling horrible curses at Jana, he drew his butcher's knife and made ready. Once more the sinuous brown trunk elongated itself. Evidently Jana had got a better hold with his hind legs this time, or perhaps he had actually wriggled himself a few inches up the tree. At any rate I saw to my dismay that there was every prospect of my making a second acquaintance with that snapping tip. The end of the trunk was lying along my bough like a huge brown snake and creeping up, up, up. "He'll get us," I muttered. Hans said nothing but leaned forward a little, holding on with his left hand. Next instant in the light of the rising sun I saw a knife flash, saw also that the point of it had been driven through the lower lip of Jana's trunk, pinning it to the bough like a butterfly to a board. My word, what a commotion ensued! Up the trunk came a scream which nearly blew me away. Then Jana with a wriggling motion tried to unnail himself as gently as possible, for it was clear that the knife point hurt him, but could not do so because Hans still held the handle and had driven the blade deep into the wood. Lastly he dragged himself downwards with such energy that something had to go, that something being the skin and muscle of the lower lip, which was cut clean through, leaving the knife erect in the bough. Over he went backwards, a most imperial cropper. Then he picked himself up, thrust the tip of his trunk into his mouth, sucked it as one does a cut finger, and finally, roaring in defeated rage, fled into the river, which he waded, back upon his tracks towards his own home. Yes, off he went, Hans screaming curses and demands that he should restore his hat to him, and very seldom in all my life have I seen a sight that I thought more beautiful than that of his whisking tail. "Now, Baas," chuckled Hans, "the old devil has got a sore nose as well as a sore eye by which to remember us. But, Baas, I think we had better be going before he has time to think and comes back with a long stick to knock us out of this tree." So we went, in double quick time I can assure you, or at any rate as fast as my stiff limbs and general condition would allow. Fortunately we had now no doubt as to our direction, since standing up through the mists of dawn with sunbeams resting on its forest-clad crest, we could clearly see the strange tumulus-shaped hill which the White Kendah called the Holy Mount, the home of the Child. It appeared to be about 20 miles away, but in reality was a good deal farther, for when we had walked for several hours it seemed almost as distant as ever. In truth, that was a dreadful trudge. Not only was I exhausted with all the terrors I had passed and our long midnight flight, but the wound where Jana had pinched out a portion of my frame, inflamed by the riding, had now grown stiff and intolerably sore. so that every step gave me pain which sometimes culminated in agony. Moreover, it was no use giving in, foodless as we were, for Marût had carried the provisions and with the chance of Jana returning to look us up. So I stuck to it and said nothing. For the first 10 miles the country seemed uninhabited. Doubtless it was too near to the borders of the Black Kendah to be popular as a place of residence. After this we saw herds of cattle and a few camels, apparently untended. Perhaps their guards were hidden away in the long grass. Then we came to some fields of mealies that were, I noticed, quite untouched by the hailstorm, which it would seem had confined its attentions to the land of the Black Kendah. Of these we ate thankfully enough. A little farther on we perceived huts perched on an inaccessible place in a kloof. Also their inhabitants perceived us, for they ran away as though in a great fright. Still we did not try to approach the huts, not knowing how we should be received. After my sojourn in Simba Town I had become possessed of a love of life in the open. For another 2 hours I limped forward with pain and grief. By now I was leaning on Hans's shoulder, up an endless uncultivated rise clothed with euphorbias and fern-like cycads. At length we reached its top and found ourselves within a rifle shot of a fenced native village. I suppose that its inhabitants had been warned of our coming by runners from the huts I have mentioned. At any rate, the moment we appeared the men, to the number of 30 or more, poured out of the south gate armed with spears and other weapons and proceeded to ring us round and behave in a very threatening manner. I noticed at once that, although most of them were comparatively light in colour, some of these men partook of the negroid characteristics of the Black Kendah from whom we had escaped, to such an extent indeed that this blood was clearly predominant in them. Still, it was also clear that they were deadly foes of this people, for when I shouted out to them that we were friends of Harût and those who worshipped the Child, they yelled back that we were liars. No friend of the Child, they said, came from the country of the Black Kendah who worshipped the devil Jana. I tried to explain that least of all men in the world did we worship Jana, who had been hunting us for hours, but they would not listen. "You are spies of Simba's. The smell of Jana is upon you." This may have been true enough, they yelled, adding, "We will kill you, white-faced goat. We will kill you, little yellow monkey, for none who are not enemies come here from the land of the Black Kendah." "Kill us then," I answered, "and bring the curse of the Child upon you. Bring famine, bring hail, bring war." These words were, I think, well chosen. At any rate they induced a pause in their murderous intentions. For a while they hesitated, all talking together at once. At last the advocates of violence appeared to get the upper hand, and once more a number of men began to dance about us, waving their spears and crying out that we must die who came from the Black Kendah. I sat down upon the ground, for I was so exhausted that at the time I did not greatly care whether I died or lived, while Hans drew his knife and stood over me, cursing them as he had cursed at Jana. By slow degrees they drew nearer and nearer. I watched them with a kind of idle curiosity, believing that the moment when they came within actual spear thrust would be our last, but, as I have said, not greatly caring because of my mental and physical exhaustion. I had already closed my eyes that I might not see the flash of the falling steel, when an exclamation from Hans caused me to open them again. Following the line of the knife with which he pointed, I perceived a troop of men on camels emerging from the gates of the village at full speed. In front of these, his white garments fluttering on the wind, rode a bearded and dignified person in whom I recognized Harût, Harût himself, waving a spear and shouting as he came. Our assailants heard and saw him also, then flung down their weapons as though in dismay, either at his appearance or his words, which I could not catch. Harût guided his rushing camel straight at the man who I presumed was their leader, and struck at him with his spear as though in fury, wounding him in the shoulder and causing him to fall to the ground. As he struck he called out, "Dog, would you harm the guests of the Child?" Then I heard no more because I fainted away. End of chapter 14. Chapter 15 of The Ivory Child by H. Rider Haggard. This slip of Vox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 15. The Dweller in the Cave. After this it seemed to me that I dreamed a long and very troubled dream concerning all sorts of curious things which I cannot remember. At last I opened my eyes and observed that I lay on a low bed raised about 3 inches above the floor, in an eastern looking room, large and cool. It had window places in it, but no windows, only grass mats hung upon a rod which, I noted inconsequently, worked on a rough wooden hinge, or rather pin, that enabled the curtain to be turned back against the wall. Through one of these window places I saw at a little distance the slope of the forest-covered hill, which reminded me of something to do with a child. For the life of me I could not remember what. As I lay wondering over the matter I heard a shuffling step which I recognized, and turning saw Hans twiddling a new hat made of straw in his fingers. "Hans," I said, "where did you get that new hat?" "They gave it me here, Baas," he answered. "The Baas will remember that the devil Jana ate the other." Then I did remember more or less, while Hans continued to twiddle the hat. I begged him to put it on his head because it fidgeted me, and then inquired where we were. "In the town of the Child, Baas, where they carried you after you had seemed to die down yonder. A very nice town where there is plenty to eat, though having been asleep for 3 days you have had nothing except a little milk and soup, which was poured down your throat with a spoon whenever you seemed to half wake for a while." "I was tired and wanted a long rest, Hans, and now I feel hungry. Tell me, are the Lord and Bena here also, or were they killed after all?" "Yes, Baas, they are safe enough, and so are all our goods. They were both with Harût when he saved us down by the village yonder, but you went to sleep and did not see them. They have been nursing you ever since, Baas." Just then Savage himself entered, carrying some soup upon a wooden tray and looking almost as smart as he used to do at Ragnall Castle. "Good day, sir," he said in his best professional manner. "Very glad to see you back with us, sir, and getting well, I trust, especially after we had given you and Mr. Hans up as dead." I thanked him and drank the soup, asking him to cook me something more substantial as I was starving, which he departed to do. Then I sent Hans to find Lord Ragnall, who, it appeared, was out walking in the town. No sooner had they gone than Harût entered looking more dignified than ever, and bowing gravely seated himself upon the mat in the Eastern fashion. "Some strong spirit must go with you, Lord Macumazana," he said, "that you should live today after we were sure that you had been slain." "That's where you made a mistake. Your magic was not of much service to you there, friend Harût." "Yet my magic, as you call it, though I have none, was of some service after all, Macumazana, as it chanced I had no opportunity of breathing in the wisdom of the Child for 2 days from the hour of our arrival here, because I was hurt on the knee in the fight and so weary that I could not travel up the mountain and seek light from the eyes of the Child. On the 3rd day, however, I went and the Oracle told me all. Then I descended swiftly, gathered men and reached those fools in time to keep you from harm. They have paid for what they did, Lord." "I am sorry, Harût, for they knew no better, and Harût, though I saved myself, or rather Hans saved me, we have left your brother behind and with him the others." "I know. Jana was too strong for them. You and your servant alone could prevail against him." "Not so, Harût. He prevailed against us. All we could do was injure his eye and the tip of his trunk and escape from him." "Which is more than any others have done for many generations, Lord. But doubtless as the beginning was, so shall the end be. Jana, I think, is near his death, and through you." "I don't know," I repeated. "Who and what is Jana?" "Have I not told you that he is an evil spirit who inhabits the body of a huge elephant?" "Yes, and so did Marût, but I think that he is just a huge elephant with a very bad temper of his own. Still, whatever he is, he will take some killing, and I don't want to meet him again by that horrible lake." "Then you will meet him elsewhere, Lord. For if you do not go to look for Jana, Jana will come to look for you, who have hurt him so sorely. Remember that henceforth, wherever you go in this land, it may happen that you will meet Jana." "Do you mean to say that the brute comes into the territory of the White Kendah?" "Yes, Macumazana,
At times he comes, or a spirit wearing his shape comes, I know not which. What I do know is that twice in my life I myself have seen him upon the Holy Mount, though how he came or how he went, none can tell."
"Why was he wandering there, Harût?"
"Who can say, Lord? Tell me why evil wanders through the world and I will answer your question. Only I repeat, let those who have harmed Jana beware of Jana."
"And let Jana beware of me if I can meet him with a decent gun in my hand, for I have a score to settle with that beast. Now, Harût, here is another matter. Just before he was killed, Marût, your brother, began to tell me something about the wife of the Lord Ragnall. I had no time to listen to the end of his words, though I thought he said she was upon yonder holy mount. Did I hear aright?" Instantly Harût's face became like that of a stone idol, impenetrable, impassive.
"Either you misunderstand, Lord," he answered, "or my brother raved in his fear. Wherever she may be, that beautiful lady is not upon the Holy Mount, unless there is another Holy Mount in the land of death. Moreover, Lord, as we were speaking of this matter, let me tell you the forest upon that mount must be trodden by none save the priest of the Child. If others set foot there, they die, for it is watched by a guardian more terrible even than Jana, nor is he the Holy One. Ask me nothing of that guardian, for I will not answer, and above all, if you or your comrades value life, let them not seek to look upon him."
Understanding that it was quite useless to pursue this subject farther at the moment, I turned to another, remarking that the hailstorm which had smitten the country of the Black Kendah was the worst that I had ever experienced.
"Yes," answered Harût, "so I have learned. That was the first of the curses which the Child through my mouth promised to Simba and his people if they molested us upon our road. The second, you will remember, was famine, which for them is near at hand, seeing that they have little corn in store and none left to gather, and that most of their cattle are dead of the hail."
"If they have no corn while, as I noted, you have plenty which the storm spared, will not they, who are many in number and near to starving, attack you and take your corn, Harût?"
"Certainly they will do so, Lord, and then will fall the third curse, the curse of war. All this was foreseen long ago, Macumazana, and you are here to help us in that war. Among your goods you have many guns and much powder and lead. You shall teach our people how to use those guns, that with them we may destroy the Black Kendah."
"I think not," I replied quietly. "I came here to kill a certain elephant and to receive payment for my service in Ivory, not to fight the Black Kendah, of whom I have already seen enough. Moreover, the guns are not my property but that of Lord Ragnall, who perhaps will ask his own price for the use of them."
"And the Lord Ragnall, who came here against our will, is, as it chances, our property, and we may ask your own price for his life. Now, farewell for a while, since you who are still sick and weak have talked enough. Only before I go, as your friend and that of those with you, I will add one word. If you would continue to look upon the sun, let none of you try to set foot in the forest upon the Holy Mount. Wander where you will upon its southern slopes, but strive not to pass the wall of rock which rings the forest round."
Then he rose, bowed gravely and departed, leaving me full of reflections. Shortly afterwards Savage and Hans returned, bringing me some meat which the former had cooked in an admirable fashion. I ate of it heartily, and just as they were carrying off the remains of the meal, Ragnall himself arrived. Our greeting was very warm, as might be expected in the case of two comrades who never thought to speak to each other again on this side of the grave. As I had supposed, he was certain that Hans and I had been cut off and killed by the Black Kendah, as, after we were missed, some of the camelmen asserted that they had actually seen us fall. So he went on, or rather was carried on by the rush of the camels, grieving, since, it being impossible to attempt to recover our bodies or even to return, that was the only thing to do, and in due course reached the town of the Child without further accident. Here they rested and mourned us,
till some days later Harût suddenly announced that we still lived, though how he knew this they could not ascertain. Then they sallied out and found us, as has been told, in great danger from the ignorant villagers who, until we appeared, had not even heard of our existence. I asked what they had done and what information they had obtained since their arrival at this place. His answer was nothing and none worth mentioning. The town appeared to be a small one of not much over 2,000 inhabitants, all of whom were engaged in agricultural pursuits and in camel breeding. The herds of camels, however, they gathered, for the most part were kept at outlying settlements on the farther side of the cone-shaped mountain. As they were unable to talk the language, the only person from whom they could gain knowledge was Harût, who spoke to them in his broken English and told them much what he had told me, namely that the upper mountain was a sacred place that might only be visited by the priests, since any uninitiated person who set foot there came to a bad end. They had not seen any of these priests in the town, where no form of worship appeared to be practised, but they had observed men driving small numbers of sheep or goats up the flanks of the mountain towards the forest. Of what went on upon this mountain and who lived there they remained in complete ignorance. It was a case of stalemate. Harût would not tell them anything, nor could they learn anything for themselves. He added in a depressed way that the whole business seemed very hopeless, and that he had begun to doubt whether there was any tidings of his lost wife to be gained among the Kendah, white or black. Now I repeated to him Marût's dying words, of which most unhappily I had never heard the end. These seemed to give him new life, since they showed that tidings there was of some sort, if only it could be extracted. But how might this be done? How? How? For a whole week things went on thus. During this time I recovered my strength completely, except in one particular which reduced me to helplessness. The place on my thigh where Jana had pinched out a bit of skin healed up well enough, but the inflammation struck inwards to the nerve of my left leg, where once I had been injured by a lion, with the result that whenever I tried to move I was tortured by pains of a sciatic nature. So I was obliged to lie still and to content myself with being carried on the bed into a little garden which surrounded the mud-built and whitewashed house that had been allotted to us as a dwelling place. There I lay hour after hour, staring at the holy mount which began to spring from the plain within a few hundred yards of the scattered township. For a mile or so its slopes were bare except for grass on which sheep and goats were grazed, and a few scattered trees. Studying the place through glasses, I observed that these slopes were crowned by a vertical precipice of what looked like lava rock, which seemed to surround the whole mountain and must have been quite 100 feet high. Beyond this precipice, which to all appearances was of an unclimbable nature, began a dense forest of large trees, cedars I thought, clothing it to the very top. This is so far as I could see. One day when I was considering the place, Harût entered the garden suddenly and caught me in the act. "The house of the god is beautiful," he said, "is it not?" "Very," I answered, "and of a strange formation. But how do those who dwell on it climb that precipice?" "It cannot be climbed," he answered, "but there is a road which I am about to travel who go to worship the Child. Yet I have told you, Macumazana, that any strangers who seek to walk that road find death. If they do not believe me, let them try," he added meaningly. Then, after many inquiries about my health, he informed me that news had reached him to the effect that the Black Kendah were mad at the loss of their crops, which the hail had destroyed, and because of the near prospect of starvation. "Then soon they will be wishing to reap yours with spears," I said. "That is so. Therefore, my lord Macumazana, get well quickly that you may be able to scare away these crows with guns, for in 14 days the harvest should begin upon our uplands. Farewell and have no fears, for during my absence my people will feed and watch you, and on the 3rd night I shall return again." After Harût's departure a deep depression fell upon all of us. Even Hans was depressed, while Savage became like a man under sentence of execution at a near but uncertain date. I tried to cheer him up and asked him what was the matter. "I don't know, Mr. Quatermain," he answered, "but the fact is, this is an 'ateful and unholy 'ole." In his agitation he quite lost the grip of his h's, which was always weak. "And I am sure that it is the last I shall ever see, except one." "Well, Savage," I said jokingly, "at any rate there don't seem to be any snakes here." "No, Mr. Quatermain, that is, I haven't met any, but they crawl about me all night, and whenever I see that Prophet man he talks of them to me. Yes, he talks of them and nothing else with a sort of cold look in his eyes that makes my back creep. I wish it was over, I do, who shall never see old England again." And he went away, I think to hide his very painful and evident emotion. That evening Hans returned from an expedition on which I had sent him with instructions to try to get round the mountain and report what was on the other side. It had been a complete failure, as after he had gone a few miles men appeared who ordered him back. They were so threatening in their demeanour that had it not been for the little rifle Intombi which he carried under pretence of shooting buck, a weapon that they regarded with great awe, they would, he thought, have killed him. He added that he had been quite unsuccessful in his efforts to collect any news of value from man, woman or child, all of whom, although very polite, appeared to have orders to tell him nothing, concluding with the remark that he considered the White Kendah bigger devils than the Black Kendah, inasmuch as they were more clever. Shortly after this abortive attempt we debated our position with earnestness and came to a certain conclusion of which I will speak in its place. If I remember right, it was on this same night of our debate, after Harût's return from the mountain, that the first incident of interest happened. There were two rooms in our house, divided by a partition which ran almost up to the roof. In the left-hand room slept Ragnall and Savage, and in that to the right Hans and I. Just at the breaking of dawn I was awakened by hearing some agitated conversation between Savage and his master. A minute later they both entered my sleeping place, and I saw in the faint light that Ragnall looked very disturbed and Savage very frightened. "What's the matter?" I asked. "We have seen my wife," answered Ragnall. I stared at him and he went on. "Savage woke me by saying that there was someone in the room. I sat up and looked, and as I live, Quatermain, standing gazing at me in such a position that the light of dawn from the window place fell upon her, was my wife." "How was she dressed?" I asked at once. "In a kind of white robe cut rather low, with her hair loose hanging to her waist, but carefully combed and held outspread by what appeared to be a bent piece of ivory about 1.5 feet long, to which it was fastened by a thread of gold." "Is that all?" "No. Upon her breast was that necklace of red stones with the little image hanging from its centre which those rascals gave her and she always wore." "Anything more?" "Yes. In her arms she carried what looked like a veiled child. It was so still that I think it must have been dead." "Well, what happened?" "I was so overcome I could not speak, and she stood gazing at me with wide opened eyes, looking more beautiful than I can tell you. She never stirred and her lips never moved, that I will swear, and yet both of us heard her say, very low but quite clearly, 'The mountain, George. Don't desert me. Seek me on the mountain, my dear, my husband.'" "Well, what next?" "I sprang up and she was gone. That's all. Now tell me what you saw and heard, Savage." "What his lordship saw and heard, Mr. Quatermain, neither more nor less, except that I was awake, having had one of my bad dreams about snakes, and saw her come through the door." "Through the door? Was it open then?" "No, sir, it was shut and bolted. She just came through it as if it wasn't there. Then I called to his lordship after she had been looking at him for full half a minute or so, for I couldn't speak at first. There's one more thing, or rather two. On her head was a little cap that looked as though it had been made from the skin of a bird, with a gold snake rising up in front, which snake was the first thing I caught sight of, as of course it would be, sir. Also the dress she wore was so thin that through it I could see her shape and the sandals on her feet, which were fastened at the instep with studs of gold. "I saw no feather cap or snake," said Ragnall. "Then that's the oddest part of the whole business," I remarked. "Go back to your room, both of you, and if you see anything more, call me. I want to think things over." They went in a bewildered sort of fashion, and I called Hans and spoke with him in a whisper, repeating to him the little that he had not understood of our talk, for as I have said, although he never spoke it, Hans knew a great deal of English. "Now, Hans," I said to him, "what is the use of you? You are no better than a fraud. You pretend to be the best watchdog in Africa, and yet a woman comes into this house under your nose and in the grey of the morning, and you do not see her. Where is your reputation, Hans?" The old fellow grew almost speechless with indignation. Then he spluttered his answer. "It is not a woman, Baas, but a spook. Who am I that I should be expected to catch spooks as though they were thieves or rats? As it happens, I was wide awake half an hour before the dawn and lay with my eyes fixed upon that door, which I bolted myself last night. It never opened, Baas. Moreover, since this talk began I have been to look at it. During the night a spider has made its web from doorpost to doorpost, and that web is unbroken. If you do not believe me, come and see for yourself. Yet they say the woman came through the doorway and therefore through the spider's web. Oh, Baas, what is the use of wasting thought upon the ways of spooks which, like the wind, come and go as they will, especially in this haunted land from which, as we have all agreed, we should do well to get away." I went and examined the door for myself, for by now my sciatica, or whatever it may have been, was so much better that I could walk a little. What Hans said was true. There was the spider's web with the spider sitting in the middle. Also some of the threads of the web were fixed from post to post, so that it was impossible that the door could have been opened, or, if opened, that anyone could have passed through the doorway without breaking them. Therefore, unless the woman came through one of the little window places, which was almost incredible as they were high above the ground, or dropped from the smoke hole in the roof, or had been shut into the place when the door was closed the previous night, I could not see how she had arrived there. If any one of these incredible suppositions was correct, then how did she get out again with two men watching her? There were only two solutions to the problem, namely that the whole occurrence was hallucination, or that, in fact, Ragnall and Savage had seen something unnatural and uncanny. If the latter were correct, I only wished that I had shared the experience, as I have always longed to see a ghost. A real, indisputable ghost would be a great support to our doubting minds, that is, if we knew its owner to be dead. But this was another thought. If by any chance Lady Ragnall were still alive and a prisoner upon that mountain, what they had seen was no ghost, but a shadow or simulacrum of a living person projected consciously or unconsciously by that person for some unknown purpose. What could the purpose be? As it chanced, the answer was not difficult, and to it the words she was reported to have uttered gave a cue. Only a few hours ago, just before we turned in indeed, as I have said, we had been discussing matters. What I have not said is that in the end we arrived at the conclusion that our quest here was wild and useless, and that we should do well to try to escape from the place before we became involved in a war of extermination between two branches of an obscure tribe, one of which was quiet and the other semi-savage. Indeed, although Ragnall still hung back a little, it had been arranged that I should try to purchase camels in exchange for guns, unless I could get them for nothing, which might be less suspicious, and that we should attempt such an escape under cover of an expedition to kill the elephant Jana. Supposing such a vision to be possible, then might it not have come or been sent to deter us from this plan? It would seem so. Thus reflecting, I went to sleep, worn out with useless wonderment, and did not wake again till breakfast time. That morning, when we were alone together, Ragnall said to me: "I have been thinking over what happened, or seemed to happen last night, and I am not at all a superstitious man or one given to vain imaginings, but I am sure that Savage and I really did see and hear the spirit or the shadow of my wife. Her body it could not have been, as you will admit, though how she could utter or seem to utter audible speech without one is more than I can tell. Also I am sure that she is captive upon yonder mountain and came to call me to rescue her. Under these circumstances I feel that it is my duty as well as my desire to give up any idea of leaving the country and try to find out the truth." "And how will you do that?" I asked, "seeing that no one will tell us anything." "By going to see for myself." "It is impossible, Ragnall. I am too lame at present to walk half a mile, much less to climb precipices." "I know, and that is one of the reasons why I did not suggest that you should accompany me. The other is that there is no object in all of us risking our lives. I wish to face the thing alone, but that good fellow Savage says that he will go where I go, leaving you and Hans here to make further attempts if we do not return. Our plan is to slip out of the town during the night, wearing white dresses like the Kendah, of which I have bought some for tobacco, and make the best of our way up the slope by starlight that is very bright now. When dawn comes we will try to find the road through that precipice or over it, and for the rest trust to Providence." Dismayed at this intelligence, I did all I could to dissuade him from such a mad venture, but quite without avail, for never did I know a more determined or more fearless man than Lord Ragnall. He had made up his mind and there was an end of the matter. Afterwards I talked with Savage, pointing out to him all the perils involved in the attempt, but likewise without avail. He was more depressed than usual, apparently on the ground that, having seen the ghost of her ladyship, he was quite sure that he had not long to live. Still he declared that where his master went he would go, as he preferred to die with him rather than alone. So I was obliged to give in and with a melancholy heart to do what I could to help the simple preparations for this crazy undertaking, realizing all the while that the only real help must come from above, since in such a case man was powerless. I should add that after consultation Ragnall gave up the idea of adopting a Kendah disguise, which was certain to be discovered, also of starting at night when the town was guarded. That very afternoon they went, going out of the town quite openly on the pretext of shooting partridges and small buck on the lower slopes of the mountain, where both were numerous, as Harût had informed us we were quite at liberty to do. The farewell was somewhat sad, especially with Savage, who gave me a letter he had written for his old mother in England, requesting me to post it if ever again I came to a civilized land. I did my best to put a better spirit in him, but without avail. He only wrung my hand warmly, said that it was a pleasure to have known such a real gentleman as myself, and expressed a hope that I might get out of this hell and live to a green old age amongst Christians. Then he wiped away a tear with the cuff of his coat, touched his hat in the orthodox fashion and departed. Their outfit, I should add, was very simple: some food in bags, a flask of spirits, 2 double-barrelled guns that would shoot either shot or ball, a bull's-eye lantern, matches and their pistols. Hans walked with them a little way and, leaving them outside the town, returned. "Why do you look so gloomy, Hans?" I asked. "Because, Baas," he answered, twiddling his hat, "I had grown to be fond of the white man Bena, who was always very kind to me and did not treat me like dirt as low-born whites are apt to do. Also he cooked well, and now I shall have to do that work which I do not like." "What do you mean, Hans? The man isn't dead, is he?" "No, Baas, but soon he will be, for the shadow of death is in his eyes." "Then how about Lord Ragnall?" "I saw no shadow in his eyes. I think that he will live, Baas." I tried to get some explanation of these dark sayings out of the Hottentot, but he would add nothing to his words. All the following night I lay awake filled with heavy fears, which deepened as the hours went on. Just before dawn we heard a knocking on our door and Ragnall's voice whispering to us to open. Hans did so while I lit a candle, of which we had a good supply. As it burned up Ragnall entered, and from his face I saw at once that something terrible had happened. He went to the jar where we kept our water and drank 3 pannikinfuls, one after the other. Then, without waiting to be asked, he said, "Savage is dead," and paused a while as though some awful recollection overcame him. "Listen," he went on presently. "We worked up the hillside without firing, although we saw plenty of partridges and one buck, till just as twilight was closing in we came to the cliff face. Here we perceived a track that ran to the mouth of a narrow cave or tunnel in the lava rock of the precipice, which looked quite unclimbable. While we were wondering what to do, 8 or 10 white-robed men appeared out of the shadows and seized us before we could make any resistance. After talking together for a little, they took away our guns and pistols, with which some of them disappeared. Then their leader, with many bows, indicated that we were at liberty to proceed by pointing first to the mouth of the cave and next to the top of the precipice, saying something like Ingani, which I believe means a little child, does it not? I nodded and he went on. After this they all departed down the hill, smiling in a fashion that disturbed me. We stood for a while irresolute, until it became dark. I asked Savage what he thought we had better do, expecting that he would say return to the town. To my surprise he answered, "Go on, of course, my lord. Don't let these brutes say that we white men daren't walk a step without our guns. Indeed, in any case I mean to go on, even if your lordship won't." Whilst he spoke he took a bull's-eye lantern from his food bag, which had not been interfered with by the Kendah, and lit it. I stared at him amazed, for the man seemed to be animated by some tremendous purpose, or rather it was as though a force from without had got hold of his will and were pushing him to an unknown end. Indeed, his next words showed that this was so, for he exclaimed, "There is something drawing me into that cave, my lord. It may be death, I think it is death, but whatever it be, go I must. Perhaps you would do well to stop outside till I have seen." I stepped forward to catch hold of the man, who I thought had gone mad, as perhaps was the case. Before I could lay my hands on him he had run rapidly to the mouth of the cave. Of course I followed, but when I reached its entrance the star of light thrown forward by the bull's-eye lantern showed me that he was already about 8 yards down the tunnel. Then I heard a terrible hissing noise and Savage exclaiming, "Oh, my God!" twice over. As he spoke the lantern fell from his hand but did not go out, because, as you know, it is made to burn in any position. I leapt forward and picked it from the ground, and while I was doing so became aware that Savage was running still further into the depths of the cave. I lifted the lantern above my head and looked. This is what I saw. About 10 paces from me was Savage with his arms outstretched and dancing, yes, dancing, first to the right and then to the left with a kind of horrible grace and to the tune of a hideous hissing music. I held the lantern higher and perceived that beyond him, lifted 8 or 9 feet into the air, nearly to the roof of the tunnel in fact, was the head of the hugest snake of which I had ever heard. It was as broad as the bottom of a wheelbarrow. Were it cut off I think it would quite fill a large wheelbarrow, while the head upon which it was supported was quite as thick as my middle, and the undulating body beneath it, which stretched far away into the darkness, was the size of an 18-gallon cask, and glittered green and grey, lined and splashed with silver and with gold. It hissed and swayed its great head to the right, holding Savage with cold eyes that yet seemed to be on fire, whereon he danced to the right. It hissed again and swayed its head to the left, whereon he danced to the left. Then suddenly it reared its head right to the top of the cave and so remained for a few seconds, whereon Savage stood still, bending a little forward, as though he were bowing to the reptile. Next instant like a flash it struck, for I saw its white fangs bury themselves in the back of Savage, who with a kind of sigh fell forward onto his face. Then there was a convulsion of those shining folds, followed by a sound as of bones being ground up in a steam-driven mortar. I staggered against the wall of the cave and shut my eyes for a moment, for I felt faint. When I opened them again it was to see something flat, misshapen, elongated like a reflection in a spoon, something that had been Savage lying on the floor, and stretched over it the huge serpent studying me with its steely eyes. Then I ran, I am not ashamed to say I ran out of that horrible hole and far into the night. "Small blame to you," I said, adding, "Hans, get me some square face, neat," for I felt as queer as though I had been in that cave with its guardian. "There is very little more to tell," went on Ragnall after I had drunk the Hollands. "I lost my way on the mountain side and wandered for many hours, until at last I blundered up against one of the outermost houses of the town, after which things were easy. Perhaps I should add that wherever I went on my way down the mountain, it seemed to me that I heard people laughing at me in an unnatural kind of voice. That's all." After this we sat silent for a long time, till at length Hans said in his unmoved tone: "The light has come, Baas. Shall I blow out the candle, which it is a pity to waste? Also, does the Baas wish me to cook the breakfast, now that the snake devil is making his off Bena, as I hope to make mine off him before all is done? Snakes are very good to eat, Baas, if you know how to dress them in the Hottentot way." End of chapter 15.
Chapter 16 of The Ivory Child by H. Rider Haggard. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 16. Hans steals the keys. A few hours later some of the White Kendah arrived at the house and very politely delivered to us Ragnall's and poor Savage's guns and pistols, which they said they had found lying in the grass on the mountain side, and with them the bull's eye lantern that Ragnall had thrown away in his flight. All of which articles I accepted without comment. That evening also Harût called and, after salutations, asked where Bena was as he did not see him. Then my indignation broke out. "O white-bearded father of liars," I said, "you know well that he is in the belly of the serpent which lives in the cave of the mountain." "What, Lord?" exclaimed Harût, addressing Ragnall in his peculiar English. "Have you been for walk up to Hole in Hill? Suppose Bena want see big snake. He always very fond of snake, you know, and they very fond of him. You 'member how they come out of his pocket in your house in England? Well, he know all about snake now." "You villain!" exclaimed Ragnall. "You murderer! I have a mind to kill you where you are." "Why you choke me, Lord, because snake choke your man? Poor snake, he only want dinner. If you go where lion live, lion kill you. If you go where snake live, snake kill you. I tell you not to, you take no notice. Now I tell you all, go if you wish. No one stop you. Perhaps you kill snake, who knows? Only you take no gun there, please. That not allowed. When you tired of this town, go see snake. Only 'member that not right way to House of Child. There another way which you never find." "Look here," said Ragnall, "what is the use of all this foolery? You know very well why we are in your devilish country. It is because I believe you have stolen my wife to make her the priestess of your evil religion, whatever it may be, and I want her back." "All this great mistake," replied Harût blandly. "We no steal beautiful lady you marry because we find she not right priestess. Also Macumazana here not to look for lady but to kill elephant Jana and get pay in ivory like good businessman. You, Lord, come with him as friend, though we no ask you, that all. Then you try find temple of our God and snake which watch door kill your servant. Why we not kill you, eh?" "Because you are afraid to," answered Ragnall boldly. "Kill me if you can and take the consequences. I'm ready." Harût studied him not without admiration. "You very brave man," he said, "and we no wish kill you and perhaps after all everything come right in end. Only Child know about that. Also you help us fight Black Kendah by and by. So, Lord, you quite safe unless you big fool and go call on snake in cave. He very hungry snake and soon want more dinner. You hear, Light in Darkness, Lord of Fire?" he added, suddenly turning on Hans, who was squatted nearby twiddling his hat with a face that for absolute impassiveness resembled a deal board. "You hear he very hungry snake? You make nice tea for him." Hans rolled his little yellow eyes without even turning his head until they rested on the stately countenance of Harût, and answered in Bantu: "I hear, liar of the white beard, but what have I to do with this matter? Jana is my enemy who would have killed Macumazana my master, not your dirty snake. What is the good of this snake of yours? If it were any good, why does it not kill Jana whom you hate? If it is no good, why do you not take a stick and knock it on the head? If you are afraid I will do so for you if you pay me. That for your snake," and very energetically he spat upon the floor. "All right," said Harût, still speaking in English. "You go kill snake. Go when you like, no one say no. Then we give you new name. Then we call you Lord of the Snake." As Hans, who was now engaged in lighting his corncob pipe, did not deign to answer these remarks, Harût turned to me and said: "Lord Macumazana, your leg still bad, eh? Well, I bring you some ointment what make it quite well. It holy ointment come from the Child. We want you get well quick." Then suddenly he broke into Bantu. "My lord, war draws near. The Black Kendah are gathering all their strength to attack us, and we must have your aid. I go down to the river Tava to see to certain matters, as to the reaping of the outlying crops and other things. Within a week I will be back, then we must talk again, for by that time if you will use the ointment that I have given you, you will be as well as ever you were in your life. Rub it on your leg and mix a piece as large as a mealie grain in water and swallow it at night. It is not poison, see?" And taking the cover off a little earthenware pot which he produced, he scooped from it with his finger some of the contents, which looked like lard, put it on his tongue and swallowed it. Then he rose and departed with his usual bows. Here I may state that I used Harût's prescription with the most excellent results. That night I took a dose in water, very nasty it was, and rubbed my leg with the stuff, to find that next morning all pain had left me and that, except for some local weakness, I was practically quite well. I kept the rest of the salve for years and it proved a perfect specific in cases of sciatica and rheumatism. Now, alas, it is all used and no recipe is available from which it can be made up again. The next few days passed uneventfully. As soon as I could walk I began to go about the town, which was nothing but a scattered village much resembling those to be seen on the eastern coasts of Africa. Nearly all the men seemed to be away, making preparations for the harvest, I suppose, and as the women shut themselves up in their houses after the Oriental fashion, though the few that I saw about were unveiled and rather good looking, I did not gather any intelligence worth noting. To tell the truth, I cannot remember being in a more uninteresting place than this little town with its extremely uncommunicative population which, it seemed to me, lived under a shadow of fear that prevented all gaiety. Even the children, of whom there were not many, crept about in a depressed fashion and talked in a low voice. I never saw any of them playing games or heard them shouting and laughing, as young people do in most parts of the world. For the rest, we were very well looked after. Plenty of food was provided for us and every thought taken for our comfort. Thus a strong and quiet pony was brought for me to ride because of my lameness. I had only to go out of the house and call and it arrived from somewhere, already saddled and bridled, in charge of a lad who appeared to be dumb. At any rate, when I spoke to him, he would not answer. Mounted on this pony I took one or two rides along the southern slopes of the mountain on the old pretext of shooting for the pot. Hans accompanied me on these occasions, but was, I noted, very silent and thoughtful, as though he were hunting something up and down his tortuous intelligence. Once we got quite near to the mouth of the cave or tunnel where poor Savage had met his horrid end. As we stood studying it, a white-robed man whose head was shaved, which made me think he must be a priest, came up and asked me mockingly why we did not go through the tunnel and see what lay beyond, adding, almost in the words of Harût himself, that none would attempt to interfere with us, as the road was open to any who could travel it. By way of answer I only smiled and put him a few questions about a very beautiful breed of goats with long silky hair, some of which he seemed to be engaged in herding. He replied that these goats were sacred, being the food of one who dwelt in the mountain who only ate when the moon changed. When I inquired who this person was, he said with his unpleasant smile that I had better go through the tunnel and see for myself, an invitation which I did not accept. That evening Harût appeared unexpectedly, looking very grave and troubled. He was in a great hurry and only stayed long enough to congratulate me upon the excellent effects of his ointment, since no man could find Jana on one leg. I asked him when the fight with Jana was to come off. He replied: "Lord, I go up to the mountain to attend the feast of the first fruits, which is held at sunrise on the day of the new moon. After the offering the Oracle will speak and we shall learn when there will be war with Jana and perchance other things." "May we not attend this feast, Harût, who are weary of doing nothing here?" "Certainly," he answered with his grave bow. "That is, if you come unarmed, for to appear before the Child with arms is death. You know the road. It runs through yonder cave and the forest beyond the cave. Take it when you will, Lord." "Then if we can pass the cave we shall be welcome at the feast?" "You will be very welcome. None shall hurt you there, going or returning. I swear it by the Child. O Macumazana," he added, smiling a little, "why do you talk folly, who know well that one lives in yonder cave whom none may look upon and love, as Bena learned not long ago? You are thinking that perhaps you might kill this dweller in the cave with your weapons. Put away that dream, seeing that henceforth those who watch you have orders to see that none of you leave this house carrying so much as a knife. Indeed, unless you promise me that this shall be so, you will not be suffered to set foot outside its garden until I return again. Now, do you promise?" I thought a while and drawing the two others aside out of hearing, asked them their opinion. Ragnall was at first unwilling to give any such promise, but Hans said: "Baas, it is better to go free and unhurt without guns and knives than to become a prisoner once, as you were among the Black Kendah. Often there is but a short step between prison and the grave." Both Ragnall and I acknowledged the force of this argument, and in the end we gave the promise, speaking one by one. "It is enough," said Harût. "Moreover, know, Lord, that among us White Kendah he who breaks an oath is put across the river Tava unarmed, to make report thereof to Jana, Father of Lies. Now farewell. If we do not meet at the feast of the first fruits on the day of the new moon, whither once more I invite you, we can talk together here after I have heard the voice of the Oracle." Then he mounted a camel which awaited him outside the gate and departed with an escort of 12 men, also riding camels. "There is some other road up that mountain, Quatermain," said Ragnall. "A camel could sooner pass through the eye of a needle than through that dreadful cave, even if it were empty." "Probably," I answered, "but as we don't know where it is and I dare say it lies miles from here, we need not trouble our heads on the matter. The cave is our only road, which means that there is no road." That evening at supper we discovered that Hans was missing, also that he had got possession of my keys and broken into a box containing liquor, for there it stood open in the cooking hut with the keys in the lock. "He has gone on the drink," I said to Ragnall, "and upon my soul I don't wonder at it. For sixpence I would follow his example." Then we went to bed. Next morning we breakfasted rather late, since when one has nothing to do there is no object in getting up early. As I was preparing to go to the cook house to boil some eggs, to our astonishment Hans appeared with a kettle of coffee. "Hans," I said, "you are a thief." "Yes, Baas," answered Hans. "You have been at the gin box and taking that poison." "Yes, Baas, I have been taking poison. Also I took a walk and all is right now. The Baas must not be angry, for it is very dull doing nothing here. Will the Baases eat porridge as well as eggs?" As it was no use scolding him, I said that we would. Moreover, there was something about his manner which made me suspicious, for really he did not look like a person who has just been very drunk. After we had finished breakfast he came and squatted down before me. Having lit his pipe he asked suddenly: "Would the Baases like to walk through that cave tonight? If so, there will be no trouble." "What do you mean?" I asked, suspecting that he was still drunk. "I mean, Baas, that the Dweller in the cave is fast asleep." "How do you know that, Hans?" "Because I am the nurse who put him to sleep, Baas. Though he kicked and cried a great deal, he is asleep.
he will wake no more. Baas, I have killed the father of serpents." "Hans," I said, "now I am sure you are still drunk, although you do not show it outside." "Hans," asked Ragnall, to whom I had translated as much of this as he did not understand, "it is too early in the day to tell good stories. How could you possibly have killed that serpent without a gun, for you took none with you, or with it either for that matter?" "Will the Baases come and take a walk through the cave?" asked Hans with a snigger. "Not till I am quite sure that you are sober," I replied. Then remembering certain other events in this worthy's career, added, "Hans, if you do not tell us the story at once I will beat you." "There isn't much story, Baas," replied Hans between long sucks at his pipe, which had nearly gone out, "because the thing was so easy. The Baas is very clever and so is the Lord Baas. Why then can they never see the stones that lie under their noses? It is because their eyes are always fixed upon the mountains between this world and the next. But the poor Hottentot, who looks at the ground to be sure that he does not stumble, he sees the stones. Now, Baas, did you not hear that man in a nightshirt with his head shaved say that those goats were food for one who dwelt in the mountain?" "I did. What of it, Hans?" "Who would be the one who dwelt in the mountain except the father of snakes in the cave, Baas? Ah, now for the first time you see the stone that lay at your feet all the while. And, Baas, did not the bald man add that this one in the mountain was only fed at new and full moon, and is not tomorrow the day of new moon, and therefore would he not be very hungry on the day before new moon, that is, last night?" "No doubt, Hans, but how can you kill a snake by feeding it?" "Oh, Baas, you may eat things that make you ill, and so can snake. Now you will guess the rest, so I had better go and wash the dishes." "Whether I guess or do not guess," I replied sagely, the latter being the right hypothesis, "the dishes can wait, Hans, since the lord there has not guessed. So continue." "Very well, Baas. In one of those boxes are some pounds of stuff which when mixed with water is used for preserving skins and skulls." "You mean the arsenic crystals," I said with a flash of inspiration. "I don't know what you call them, Baas. At first I thought they were hard sugar and stole some once when the real sugar was left behind to put into the coffee, without telling the Baas because it was my fault that the sugar was left behind." "Great heavens!" I ejaculated. "Then why aren't we all dead?" "Because at the last moment, Baas, I thought I would make sure, so I put some of the hard sugar into hot milk and, when it had melted, I gave it to that yellow dog which once bit me in the leg, the one that came from Beza Town, Baas, that I told you had run away. He was a very greedy dog, Baas, and drank up the milk at once. Then he gave a howl, twisted about, foamed at the mouth and died, and I buried him at once. After that I threw some more of the large sugar mixed with mealies to the fowls that we brought with us for cooking. 2 cocks and a hen swallowed them by mistake for the corn. Presently they fell on their backs, kicked a little and died. Some of the Mazitu, who were great thieves, stole those dead fowls, Baas. After this, Baas, I thought it best not to use that sugar in the coffee, and later on Bena told me that it was deadly poison. Well, Baas, it came into my mind that if I could make that great snake swallow enough of this poison he too might die. So I stole your keys, as I often do, Baas, when I want anything, because you leave them lying about everywhere, and to deceive you first opened one of the boxes that are full of square face and brandy and left it open, for I wished you to think that I had just gone to get drunk like anybody else. Then I opened another box and got out 2 1-pound tins of the sugar which kills dogs and fowls. Half a pound of it I melted in the boiling water with some real sugar to make the stuff sweet and put it into a bottle. The rest I tied with string in 12 little packets in the soft paper which is in one of the boxes and put them in my pocket. Then I went up the hill, Baas, to the place where I saw those goats are kraaled at night behind a reed fence. As I had hoped, no one was watching them because there are no tigers so near this town and man does not steal the goats that are sacred. I went into the kraal and found a fat young ewe which had a kid. I dragged it out and taking it behind some stones,
I made its leg fast with a bit of cord and poured the stuff out of the bottle all over its skin, rubbing it in well. Then I tied the 12 packets of hard poisoned sugar everywhere about its body, making them very fast deep in the long hair so that they could not tumble or rub off. After this I untied the goat, led it near the mouth of the cave and held it there for a time while it kept bleating for its kid. Next I took it almost up to the cave, wondering how I should drive it in, for I did not wish to enter there myself, Baas. As it happened, I need not have troubled about that. When the goat was within 5 yards of the cave it stopped bleating, stood still and shivered. Then it began to go forward with little jumps, as though it did not want to go yet must do so. Also, Baas, I felt as though I wished to go in with it, so I lay down and put my heels against a rock, leaving go of the goat. For now, Baas, I did not care where that goat went so long as I could keep out of the hole where dwelt the father of the serpents who had eaten Bena. But it was all right, Baas. The goat knew what it had to do and did it, jumping straight into the cave. As it entered it turned its head and looked at me. I could see its eyes in the starlight, and Baas, they were dreadful. I think it knew what was coming and did not like it at all. And yet it had to walk on because it could not help it, just like a man going to the devil, Baas. Holding on to the stone I peered after it, for I had heard something stirring in the cave, making a soft noise like a white lady's dress upon the floor. There in the blackness I saw 2 little sparks of fire, which were the eyes of the serpent, Baas. Then I heard a sound of hissing like 4 big kettles boiling all at once, and a little bleat from the goat. After this there was a noise as of men wrestling, followed by another noise as of bones breaking, and lastly yet another sucking sound as of a pump that won't draw up the water. Then everything grew nice and quiet, and I went some way off, sat down a little to one side of the cave and waited to see if anything happened. It must have been nearly an hour later that something did begin to happen, Baas. It was as though sacks filled with chaff were being beaten against stone walls there in the cave. Ah, thought I to myself, your stomach is beginning to ache, eater up of Bena, and as that goat had little horns on its head, to which I tied 2 bags of the poison, Baas, and like all snakes no doubt you have spikes in your throat pointing downwards, you won't be able to get it up again. Then I expect this was after the poisoned sugar had begun to melt nicely in the serpent's stomach, Baas. There was a noise as though a whole company of girls were dancing a war dance in the cave to a music of hisses. And then, oh then, Baas, of a sudden that father of serpents came out. I tell you, Baas, that when I saw him in the bright starlight my hair stood up upon my head, for never has there been such a snake in the whole world. Those that live in trees and eat bucks in Zululand, of whose skins men make waistcoats and slippers, are but babies compared to this one. He came out, yard after yard of him. He wriggled about, he stood upon his tail with his head where the top of a tree might be, he made himself into a ring, he bit at stones and at his own stomach, while I hid behind my rock praying to your reverend father that he might not see me. Then at last he rushed away down the hill faster than any horse could gallop. Now I hoped that he had gone for good and thought of going myself. Still I feared to do so lest I should meet him somewhere, so I made up my mind to wait till daylight. It was as well, Baas, for about half an hour later he came back again. Only now he could not jump, he could only crawl. Never in my life did I see a snake look so sick, Baas. Into the cave he went and lay there hissing. By degrees the hissing grew very faint, till at length they died away altogether. I waited another half hour, Baas, and then I grew so curious that I thought I would go to look in the cave. I lit the little lantern I had with me and, holding it in one hand and my stick in the other, I crept into the hole. Before I had crawled 10 paces I saw something white stretched along the ground. It was the belly of the great snake, Baas, which lay upon its back quite dead. I know that it was dead, for I lit 3 wax matches, setting them to burn upon its tail, and it never stirred, as any live snake will do when it feels fire.
Then I came home, Baas, feeling very proud because I had outwitted that great grandfather of all snakes who killed Bena my friend and had made the way clear for us to walk through the cave. That is all the story, Baas. Now I must go wash these dishes." And without waiting for any comment, off he went, leaving us marvelling at his wit, resource and courage. "What next?" I asked presently. "Nothing till tonight," answered Ragnall with determination. "Then I am going to look at the snake which the noble Hans has killed and whatever lies beyond the cave, as you will remember Harût invited us to do unmolested if we could." "Do you think Harût will keep his word, Ragnall?" "On the whole, yes. If he doesn't, I don't care. Anything is better than sitting here in this suspense." "I agree as to Harût because we are too valuable to be killed just now, if for no other reason. Also as to the suspense, which is unendurable. Therefore I will walk with you to look at that snake, Ragnall, and so no doubt will Hans. The exercise will do my leg good." "Do you think it wise?" he asked doubtfully. "In your case, I mean." "I think it most unwise that we should separate any more. We had better stand or fall all together. Further, we do not seem to have any luck apart." End of chapter 16. Chapter 17 of The Ivory Child by H. Rider Haggard. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 17. The Sanctuary and the Oath. That evening, shortly after sundown, the three of us started boldly from our house, wearing over our clothes the Kendah dresses which Ragnall had bought, and carrying nothing save sticks in our hands, some food and the lantern in our pockets. On the outskirts of the town we were met by certain Kendah, one of whom I knew, for I had often ridden by his side on our march across the desert. "Have any of you arms upon you, Lord Macumazana?" he asked, looking curiously at us and our white robes. "None," I answered. "Search us if you will." "Your word is sufficient," he replied with the grave courtesy of his people. "If you are unarmed, we have orders to let you go wherever you wish, however you may be dressed. Yet, Lord," he whispered to me, "I pray you do not enter the cave, since one lives there who strikes and does not miss, one whose kiss is death. I pray it for your own sakes, also for ours who need you." "We will not wake him who sleeps in the cave," I answered enigmatically as we departed rejoicing, for now we had learned that the Kendah did not yet know of the death of the serpent. An hour's walk up the hill, guided by Hans, brought us to the mouth of the tunnel. To tell the truth, I could have wished it had been longer, for as we drew near all sorts of doubts assailed me. What if Hans really had been drinking and invented this story to account for his absence? What if the snake had recovered from a merely temporary indisposition? What if it had a wife and family living in that cave, every one of them thirsting for vengeance? Well, it was too late to hesitate now, but secretly I hoped that one of the others would prefer to lead the way. We reached the place and listened. It was silent as a tomb. Then that brave fellow Hans lit the lantern and said: "Do you stop here, Baases, while I go to look. If you hear anything happen to me, you will have time to run away." Words that made me feel somehow ashamed of myself. However, knowing that he was quick as a weasel and silent as a cat, we let him go. A minute or two later suddenly he reappeared out of the darkness, for he had turned the metal shield over the bull's eye of the lantern, and even in that light I could see that he was grinning. "It is all right, Baas," he said. "The father of serpents has really gone to that land whither he sent Bena, where no doubt he is now roasting in the fires of hell, and I don't see any others. Come and look at him." So we went in and there, true enough, upon the floor of the cave lay the huge reptile, stone dead and already much swollen. I don't know how long it was, for part of its body was twisted into coils, so I will only say that it was by far the most enormous snake that I have ever seen. It is true that I have heard of such reptiles in different parts of Africa, but hitherto I had always put them down as fabulous creatures transformed into and worshipped as local gods. Also, this particular specimen was, I presume, of a new variety, since, according to Ragnall, It both struck like a cobra or the adder, and crushed like a boa constrictor. It is possible, however, that he was mistaken on this point. I do not know, since I had no time or indeed inclination to examine its head for the poison fangs, and when next I passed that way it was gone. I shall never forget the stench of that cave. It was horrible, which is not to be wondered at, seeing that probably this creature had dwelt there for centuries, since these large snakes are said to be long lived as tortoises, and, being sacred of course, it had never lacked for food. Everywhere lay piles of cast bones, amongst one of which I noticed fragments of a human skull, perhaps that of poor Savage. Also the projecting rocks in the place were covered with great pieces of snake skin, doubtless rubbed off by the reptile when once a year it changed its coat. For a while we gazed at the loathsome and still glittering creature, then pushed on, fearful lest we should stumble upon more of its kind. I suppose that it must have been solitary, a kind of serpent rogue, as Jana was an elephant rogue, for we met none and, if the information which I obtained afterwards may be believed, there was no species at all resembling it in the country. What its origin may have been I never learned. All the Kendah could or would say about it was that it had lived in this hole from the beginning, and that black Kendah prisoners or malefactors were sometimes given to it to kill, as white Kendah prisoners were given to Jana. The cave itself proved to be not very long, perhaps 150 feet, no more. It was not an artificial but a natural hollow in the lava rock, which, I suppose, had once been blown through it by an outburst of steam. Towards the farther end it narrowed so much that I began to fear there might be no exit. In this I was mistaken, however, for at its termination we found a hole just large enough for a man to walk in upright, and so difficult to climb through that it became clear to us that certainly this was not the path by which the White Kendah approached their sanctuary. Scrambling out of this aperture with thankfulness, we found ourselves upon the slope of a kind of huge ditch of lava which ran first downwards for about 80 paces, then up again to the base of the great cone of the inner mountain, which was covered with dense forest. I presume that the whole formation of this peculiar hill was the result of a violent volcanic action in the early ages of the earth. But as I do not understand such matters, I will not dilate upon them further than to say that, although comparatively small, it bore a certain resemblance to other extinct volcanoes that I had met with in different parts of Africa. We climbed down to the bottom of the ditch that from its general appearance might have been dug out by some giant race as a protection to their stronghold, and up its farther side to where the forest began on deep and fertile soil. Why there should have been rich earth here and none in the ditch is more than we could guess, but perhaps the presence of springs of water in this part of the mount may have been a cause. At any rate it was so. The trees in this forest were huge and of a variety of cedar, but did not grow closely together. Also there was practically no undergrowth, perhaps for the reason that their dense spreading tops shut out the light. As I saw afterwards, both trunks and boughs were clothed with long grey moss, which even at midday gave the place a very ghostly appearance. The darkness beneath those trees was intense. Literally we could not see an inch before our faces. Yet rather than stand still we struggled on, Hans leading the way, for his instincts were quicker than ours. The steep rise of the ground beneath our feet told us that we were going uphill, as we wished to do, and from time to time I consulted a pocket compass I carried by the light of a match, knowing from previous observations that the top of the Holy Mount lay due north. Thus for hour after hour we crept up and on, occasionally butting into the trunk of a tree or stumbling over a fallen bough, but meeting with no other adventures or obstacles of any physical kind. Of moral, or rather mental, obstacles there were many, since to all of us the atmosphere of this forest was as that of a haunted house. It may have been the embracing darkness, or the sough of the night wind against the boughs or mosses, or the sense of the imminent dangers that we had passed and that still awaited us. Or it may have been unknown horrors connected with this place, of which some spiritual essence still survived, for without doubt localities preserve such influences, which can be felt by the sensitive among living things, especially in favouring conditions of fear and gloom. At any rate I never experienced more subtle and yet more penetrating terrors than I did upon that night, and afterwards Ragnall confessed to me that my case was his own. Black as it was, I thought that I saw apparitions, among them glaring eyes and that of the elephant Jana standing in front of me with his trunk raised against the bole of a cedar. I could have sworn that I saw him, nor was I reassured when Hans whispered to me below his breath, for here we did not seem to dare to raise our voices. "Look, Baas, is it Jana glowing like hot iron who stands yonder?" "Don't be a fool," I answered. "How can Jana be here, and if he were here, how could we see him in the night?" But as I said the words I remembered Harût had told us that Jana had been met with on the Holy Mount, in the spirit or in the flesh. However this may be, next instant he was gone and we beheld him or his shadow no more. Also we thought that from time to time we heard voices speaking all around us, now here, now there, now in the tree tops above our heads, though what they said we could not catch or understand. Thus the long night wore away. Our progress was very slow, but guided by occasional glimpses at the compass we never stopped but twice. Once when we found ourselves apparently surrounded by tree boles and fallen boughs, and once when we got into swampy ground. Then we took the risk of lighting the lantern, and by its aid picked our way through these difficult places. By degrees the trees grew fewer so that we could see the stars between their tops. This was a help to us as I knew that one of them, which I had carefully noted, shone at this season of the year directly over the cone of the mountain, and we were enabled to steer thereby. It must have been not more than half an hour before the dawn that Hans, who was leading, we were pushing our way through thick bushes at the time, halted hurriedly, saying, "Stop, Baas, we are on the edge of a cliff. When I thrust my stick forward it stands on nothing." Needless to say, we pulled up dead and so remained without stirring an inch, for who could say what might be beyond us? Ragnall wished to examine the ground with the lantern. I was about to consent, though doubtfully, when suddenly I heard voices murmuring and through the screen of bushes saw lights moving at a little distance, 40 feet or more below us. Then we gave up all idea of making further use of the lantern and crouched, still as mice in our bushes, waiting for the dawn. It came at last. In the east appeared a faint pearly flush that by degrees spread itself over the whole arch of the sky and was welcomed by the barking of monkeys and the call of birds in the depths of the dew-steeped forest. Next a ray from the unrisen sun, a single spear of light, shot suddenly across the sky, and as it appeared from the darkness below us rose a sound of chanting, very low and sweet to hear. It died away, and for a little while there was silence broken only by a rustling sound, like to that of people taking their seats in a dark theatre. Then a woman began to sing in a beautiful contralto voice, but in what language I do not know, for I could not catch the words, if these were words and not only musical notes. I felt Ragnall trembling beside me and in a whisper asked him what was the matter. He answered, also in a whisper, "I believe that is my wife's voice." "If so, I beg you to control yourself," I replied. Now the skies began to flame and the light to pour itself into the misty hollow beneath us like streams of many-coloured gems into a bowl, driving away shadows. By degrees these vanished, by degrees we saw everything. Beneath us was an amphitheatre, on the southern wall of which we were seated, though it was not a wall but a lava cliff between 40 and 50 feet high which served as a wall. The amphitheatre itself, however, almost exactly resembled those of the ancients which I had seen in pictures and Ragnall had visited in Italy, Greece and southern France. It was oval in shape and not very large. Perhaps the flat space at the bottom may have covered something over an acre. But all round this oval ran tiers of seats cut in the lava of the crater, for without doubt this was the crater of an extinct volcano. Moreover, in what I will call the arena, stood a temple that in its main outlines, although small, exactly resembled those still to be seen in Egypt. There was the gateway or pylon, there the open outer court with columns round it supporting roofed cloisters, which, as we ascertained afterwards, were used as dwelling places by the priests. There beyond and connected with the first by a short passage was a second, rather smaller court, also open to the sky, and beyond this again, built like the rest of the temple of lava blocks, a roofed erection measuring about 12 feet square, which I guessed at once must be the sanctuary. This temple was, as I have said, small, but extremely well proportioned, every detail of it being in the most excellent taste, though unornamented by sculpture or painting. I have to add that in front of the sanctuary door stood a large block of lava, which I concluded was an altar, and in front of this a stone seat and a basin, also of stone, supported upon a very low tripod. Further, behind the sanctuary was a square house with window places. At the moment of our first sight of this place the courts were empty, but on the benches of the amphitheatre were seated about 300 persons, male and female, the men to the north and the women to the south. They were all clad in pure white robes, the heads of the men being shaved and those of the women veiled, but leaving the face exposed. Lastly, there were two roadways into the amphitheatre, one running east and one west through tunnels hollowed in the encircling rock of the crater, both of which roads were closed at the mouths of the tunnels by massive wooden double doors 17 or 18 feet in height. From these roadways and their doors we learned two things. First, that the cave where had lived the father of serpents was, as I had suspected, not the real approach to the shrine of the Child, but only a blind, and secondly, that the ceremony we were about to witness was secret and might only be attended by the priestly class or families of this strange tribe. Scarcely was it full daylight when from the cells of the cloisters round the outer court issued 12 priests headed by Harût himself, who looked very dignified in his white garment, each of whom carried on a wooden platter ears of different kinds of corn. Then from the cells of the southern cloister issued 12 women, or rather girls, for all were young and very comely, who ranged themselves alongside of the men. These also carried wooden platters and on them blooming flowers. At a sign they struck up a religious chant and began to walk forward through the passage that led from the first court to the second. Arriving in front of the altar they halted and, one by one, first a priest, then a priestess, set down the platters of offerings, piling them above each other into a cone. Next the priests and the priestesses ranged themselves in lines on either side of the altar, and Harût took a platter of corn and a platter of flowers in his hands. These he held first towards that quarter of the sky in which swam the invisible new moon, secondly towards the rising sun, and thirdly towards the doors of the sanctuary, making genuflections and uttering some chanted prayer, the words of which we could not hear. A pause followed, that was succeeded by a sudden outburst of song wherein all the audience took part. It was a very sonorous and beautiful song or hymn in some language which I did not understand, divided into 4 verses, the end of each verse being marked by the bowing of every one of those many singers towards the east, towards the west, and finally towards the altar. Another pause till suddenly the doors of the sanctuary were thrown wide and from between them issued the goddess Isis of the Egyptians, as I have seen her in pictures. She was wrapped in closely clinging draperies of material so thin that the whiteness of her body could be seen beneath. Her hair was outspread before her, and she wore a headdress or bonnet of glittering feathers from the front of which rose a little golden snake. In her arms she bore what at that distance seemed to be a naked child. With her came 2 women walking a little behind her and supporting her arms, who also wore feather bonnets but without the golden snake, and were clad in tight-fitting, transparent garments. "My God," whispered Ragnall, "it is my wife." "Then be silent and thank Him that she is alive and well," I answered. The goddess Isis, or the English lady, in that excitement I did not reck which, stood still while the priests and priestesses and all the audience, who, gathered on the upper benches of the amphitheatre, could see her above the wall of the inner court, raised a thrice repeated and triumphant cry of welcome. Then Harût and the first priestess lifted respectively an ear of corn and a flower from the 2 topmost platters, and held these first to the lips of the child in her arms and secondly to her lips. This ceremony concluded, the 2 attendant women led her round the altar to the stone chair upon which she seated herself. Next fire was kindled in the bowl on the tripod in front of the chair, how I could not see, but perhaps it was already smouldering there. At any rate it burnt up in a thin blue flame, on to which Harût and the head priestess threw something that caused the flame to turn to smoke. Then Isis, for I prefer to call her so while describing this ceremony, was caused to bend her head forward so that it was enveloped in the smoke exactly as she and I had done some years before in the drawing room at Ragnall Castle. Presently the smoke died away and the two attendants with the feathered headdresses straightened her in the chair where she sat still holding the babe against her breast as she might have done to nurse it, but with her head bent forward like that of a person in a swoon. Now Harût stepped forward and appeared to speak to the goddess at some length, then fell back again and waited, till, in the midst of an intense silence, she rose from her seat and, fixing her wide eyes on the heavens, spoke in her turn, for although we heard nothing of what she said, in that clear morning light we could see her lips moving. For some minutes she spoke, then sat down again upon the chair and remained motionless, staring straight in front of her. Harût advanced again, this time to the front of the altar and, taking his stand upon a kind of stone step, addressed the priests and priestesses and all the encircling audience in a voice so loud and clear that I could distinguish and understand every word he said. The guardian of the heavenly child, the nurse decreed, the appointed nurturer, she who is the shadow of her that bore the child, she who in her day bears the symbol of the child and is consecrated to its service from of old, she whose heart is filled with the wisdom of the child and who utters the decrees of heaven, has spoken. Hearken now to the voice of the oracle uttered in answer to the questions of me, Harût, the head priest of the eternal child during my life days. Thus says the oracle, the guardian, the nurturer, marked like all who went before her with the holy mark of the new moon. She on whom the Spirit, flitting from generation to generation, has alighted for a while. O people of the White Kendah, worshippers of the Child in this land and descendants of those who for thousands of years worshipped the Child in a more ancient land until the barbarians drove it thence with the remnant that remained. War is upon you, O people of the White Kendah. Jana the Evil One, he whose other name is Set, he whose other name is Satan, he who for this while lives in the shape of an elephant, he who is worshipped by the thousands whom once you conquered and whom still you bridle by my might, comes up against you. The darkness wars against the daylight, the evil wars against the good. My curse has fallen upon the people of Jana. My hail has smitten them, their corn and their cattle they have no food to eat. But they are still strong for war and there is food in your land. They come to take your corn. Jana comes to trample your god. The evil comes to destroy the good, the night to devour the day. It is the last of many battles. How shall you conquer, O people of the Child? Not by your own strength, for you are few in number and Jana is very strong. Not by the strength of the Child, for the Child grows weak and old. The days of its dominion are almost done, and its worship is almost outworn. Here alone that worship lingers, but new gods, who are still the old gods, press on to take its place and to lead it to its rest. How then shall you conquer that, when the Child has departed to its own place, a remnant of you may still remain? In one way only. So says the guardian, the nurturer, of the Child speaking with the voice of the Child, by the help of those whom you have summoned to your aid from far. There were 4 of them, but one you have suffered to be slain in the maw of the Watcher in the cave. It was an evil deed, O sons and daughters of the Child, for as the Watcher is now dead, so ere long many of you who planned this deed must die, who, had it not been for that man's blood, would have lived on a while. Why did you do this thing? That you might keep a secret, the secret of the theft of a woman, that you might continue to act a lie which falls upon your head like a stone from heaven. Thus saith the Child, lift no hand against the 3 who remain. and what they shall ask, that give, for thus alone shall some of you be saved from Jana and those who serve him, even though the guardian and the child be taken away and the child itself returned to its own place. These are the words of the oracle uttered at the feast of the first fruits, the words that cannot be changed, and mayhap its last." Harût ceased and there was silence while this portentous message sank into the minds of his audience. At length they seemed to understand its ominous nature, and from them all there arose a universal, simultaneous groan. As it died away the two attendants dressed as goddesses assisted the personification of the Lady Isis to rise from her seat and, opening the robes upon her breast, pointed to something beneath her throat, doubtless that birthmark shaped like the new moon which made her so sacred in their eyes, since she who bore it and she alone could fill her holy office. All the audience and with them the priests and priestesses bowed before her. She lifted the symbol of the Child, holding it high above her head, whereon once more they bowed with the deepest veneration. Then still holding the effigy aloft, she turned and with her two attendants passed into the sanctuary and doubtless thence by a covered way into the house beyond. At any rate we saw her no more. As soon as she was gone, the congregation, if I may call it so, leaving their seats, swarmed into the outer court of the temple through its eastern gate, which was now opened. Here the priests proceeded to distribute among them the offerings taken from the altar, giving a grain of corn to each of the men to eat and a flower to each of the women, which flower she kissed and hid in the bosom of her robe. Evidently it was a kind of sacrament. Ragnall lifted himself a little upon his hands and knees, and I saw that his eyes glowed and his face was very pale. "What are you going to do?" I asked. "Demand that those people give me back my wife whom they have stolen. Don't try to stop me, Quatermain. I mean what I say." But, I stammered, "they never will, and we are but three unarmed men." Hans lifted up his little yellow face between us. "Baas," he hissed, "I have a thought. The Lord Baas wishes to get the lady dressed like a bird as to her head, and like one for burial as to her body, who is, he says, his wife. But for us to take her from among so many is impossible. Now what did that old witch doctor Harût declare just now? He declared, speaking for his fetish, that by our help alone the White Kendah can resist the hosts of the Black Kendah, and that no harm must be done to us if the White Kendah would continue to live. So it seems, Baas, that we have something to sell which the White Kendah must buy, namely our help against the Black Kendah, for if we will not fight for them, they believe that they cannot conquer their enemies and kill the devil Jana. Well now, supposing that the Baas says that our price is the white woman dressed like a bird, to be delivered over to us when we have defeated the Black Kendah and killed Jana, after which they will have no more use for her. But supposing that the Baas says that if they refuse to pay that price, we will burn all our powder and cartridges, so that the rifles are no use. Is there not a path to walk on here?" "Perhaps," I answered. Something of the sort was working in my mind, but I had no time to think it out. Turning, I explained the idea to Ragnall, adding, "I pray you not to be rash. If you are, not only may we be killed, which does not so much matter, but it is very probable that even if they spare us they will put an end to your wife rather than suffer one whom they look upon as holy and who is necessary to their faith in its last struggle to be separated from her charge of the child." This was a fortunate argument of mine and one which went home. "To lose her now would be more than I could bear," he muttered. "Then will you promise to let me try to manage this affair and not to interfere with me and show violence?" He hesitated a moment and answered, "Yes, I promise, for you two are cleverer than I am and I cannot trust my judgment." "Good," I said, assuming an air of confidence which I did not feel. "Now we will go down to call upon Harût and his friends. I want to have a closer look at that temple." So behind our screen of bushes we wriggled back a little distance till we knew that the slope of the ground would hide us when we stood up. Then as quickly as we could we made our way eastwards for something over a quarter of a mile, and after this turned to the north. As I expected, beyond the ring of the crater we found ourselves on the rising, tree-clad bosom of the mountain and, threading our path through the cedars, came presently to that track or roadway which led to the eastern gate of the amphitheatre. This road we followed unseen until presently the gateway appeared before us. We walked through it without attracting any attention, perhaps because all the people were either talking together or praying, or perhaps because, like themselves, we were wrapped in white robes. At the mouth of the tunnel we stopped and I called out in a loud voice: "The white lords and their servant have come to visit Harût as he invited them to do. Bring us, we pray you, into the presence of Harût." Everyone wheeled round and stared at us standing there in the shadow of the gateway tunnel, for the sun behind us was still low. My word, how they did stare! A voice cried: "Kill them! Kill these strangers who desecrate our temple." "What?" I answered. "Would you kill those to whom your high priest has given safe conduct? Those, moreover, by whose help alone, as your oracle has just declared, you can hope to slay Jana and destroy his hosts?" "How do they know that?" shouted another voice. "They are magicians." "Yes," I remarked, "all magic does not dwell in the hearts of the White Kendah. If you doubt it, go to look at the watcher in the cave whom your oracle told you is dead. You will find that it did not lie." As I spoke a man rushed through the gates, his white robe streaming on the wind, shouting as he emerged from the tunnel: "O priests and priestesses of the Child, the ancient serpent is dead. I, whose office it is to feed the serpent on the day of the new moon, have found him dead in his house." "You hear," I interpolated calmly. "The father of snakes is dead. If you want to know how, I will tell you. We looked on it and it died." They might have answered that poor savage also looked on it with the result that he died, but luckily it did not occur to them to do so. On the contrary, they just stood still and stared at us like a flock of startled sheep. Presently the sheep parted and the shepherd in the shape of Harût appeared looking, I reflected, the very picture of Abraham softened by a touch of the melancholia of Job, that is, as I have always imagined those patriarchs. He bowed to us with his usual Oriental courtesy and we bowed back to him. Hans's bow, I may explain, was of the most peculiar nature, more like a skulpat, as the Boers call a land tortoise, drawing its wrinkled head into its shell and putting it out again than anything else. Then Harût remarked in his peculiar English, which I suppose the White Kendah took for some tongue known only to magicians: "So you get here, eh? Why you get here? How the devil you get here, eh?" "We got here because you asked us to do so if we could," I answered, "and we thought it rude not to accept your invitation. For the rest, we came through a cave where you kept a tame snake, an ugly looking reptile but very harmless to those who know how to deal with snakes and are not afraid of them as poor Bena was. If you can spare the skin, I should like to have it to make myself a robe." Harût looked at me with evident respect, muttering: "O Macumazana, you what you English call cool, quite cool. Is that all?" "No," I answered. "Although you did not happen to notice us, we have been present at your church service and heard and seen everything. For instance, we saw the wife of the lord here whom you stole away in Egypt. Her that, being a liar, Harût, you swore you never stole. Also we heard her words after you had made her drunk with your tobacco smoke." Now, for once in his life, Harût was, in sporting parlance, knocked out. He looked at us, then turning quite pale, lifted his eyes to heaven and rocked upon his feet as though he were about to fall. "How you do it? How you do it, eh?" he queried in a weak voice. "Never you mind how we did it, my friend," I answered loftily. "What we want to know is when you are going to hand over that lady to her husband." "Not possible," he answered, recovering some of his tone. "First we kill you. First we kill her, she nurse of the child. While child there, she stop there till she die." "See here," broke in Ragnall, "either you give me my wife or someone else will die. You will die, Harût. I am a stronger man than you are, and unless you promise to give me my wife I will kill you now with this stick and my hands. Do not move or call out if you want to live." "Lord," answered the old man with some dignity, "I know you can kill me, and if you kill me I think I say thank you who no wish to live in so much trouble. But what good that, since in 1 minute then you die too, all of you, and the lady she stop here till Black Kendah king take her to wife or she too die?" "Let us talk," I broke in, treading warningly upon Ragnall's foot. "We have heard your oracle and we know that you believe its words. It is said that we alone can help you to conquer the Black Kendah. If you will not promise what we ask, we will not help you. We will burn our powder and melt our lead, so that the guns we have cannot speak with Jana and with Simba, and after that we will do other things that I need not tell you. But if you promise what we ask, then we will fight for you against Jana and Simba and teach your men to use the 50 rifles which we have here with us, and by our help you shall conquer. Do you understand?" He nodded and stroking his long beard asked, "What you want us promise, eh?" "We want you to promise that after Jana is dead and the Black Kendah are driven away, you will give up to us unharmed that lady whom you have stolen. Also that you will bring her and us safe out of your country by the roads you know, and meanwhile that you will let this lord see his wife." "Not last, no," replied Harût. "That not possible. That bring us all to grave. Also no good, cause her mind empty. For rest you come to other place, sit down and eat while I talk with priests. Be afraid nothing, you quite safe." "Why should we be afraid? It is you who should be afraid. You who stole the lady and brought Bena to his death. Do you not remember the words of your own oracle, Harût?" "Yes, I know words, but how you know them, that I not know," he replied. Then he issued some orders, as a result of which a guard formed itself about us and conducted us through the crowd and along the passage to the second court of the temple, which was now empty. Here the guard left us but remained at the mouth of the passage keeping watch. Presently women brought us food and drink, of which Hans and I partook heartily, though Ragnall, who was so near to his lost wife and yet so far away, could eat but little. Mingled joy because after these months of arduous search he found her yet alive, and fear lest she should again be taken from him for ever, deprived him of all appetite. While we ate, priests to the number of about a dozen, who I suppose had been summoned by Harût, were admitted by the guard and, gathering out of earshot of us between the altar and the sanctuary, entered on an earnest discussion with him. Watching their faces I could see that there was a strong difference of opinion between them, about half taking one view on the matter of which they disputed, and half another. At length Harût made some proposition to which they all agreed. Then the door of the sanctuary was opened with a strange sort of key which one of the priests produced, showing a dark interior in which gleamed a white object, I suppose the statue of the child. Harût and two others entered, the door being closed behind them. About 5 minutes later they appeared again and others who listened earnestly and after renewed consultation signified assent by holding up the right hand. Now one of the priests walked to where we were and, bowing, begged us to advance to the altar. This we did and were stood in a line in front of it, Hans being set in the middle place while the priests ranged themselves on either side. Next Harût, having once more opened the door of the sanctuary, took his stand a little to the right of it and addressed us, not in English but in his own language, pausing at the end of each sentence that I might translate to Ragnall. "Lords Macumazana and Igeza and Yellow Man who is named Light in Darkness," he said, "we, the head priests of the Child, speaking on behalf of the White Kendah people with full authority so to do, have taken counsel together and of the wisdom of the Child as to the demands which you make of us. Those demands are, first, that after you have killed Jana and defeated the Black Kendah, we should give over to you the white lady who was born in a far land to fill the office of the guardian of the Child, as is shown by the mark of the new moon upon her breast, but who, because for the second time we could not take her, became the wife of you, the Lord Igeza. Secondly, that we should conduct you and her safely out of our land to some place whence you can return to your own country. Both of these things we will do, because we know from of old that if once Jana is dead we shall have no cause to fear the Black Kendah any more, since we believe that then they will leave their home and go elsewhere, and therefore that we shall no longer need an oracle to declare to us in what way heaven will protect us from Jana and from them. Or if another oracle should become necessary to us, doubtless in due season she will be found. Also we admit that we stole away this lady because we must, although she was the wife of one of you. But if we swear this, you on your part must also swear that you will stay with us till the end of the war, making our cause your cause and, if need be, giving your lives for us in battle. You must swear further that none of you will attempt to see or take hence that lady who is named Guardian of the Child until we hand her over to you unharmed. If you will not swear these things, then since no blood may be shed in this holy place, here we will ring you round until you die of hunger and of thirst. Or if you escape from this temple, then we will fall upon you and put you to death and fight our own battle with Jana as best we may." "And if we make these promises, how are we to know that you will keep yours?" I interrupted. "Because the oath that we shall give you will be the oath of the Child that may not be broken." "Then give it," I said, for although I did not altogether like the security, obviously it was best to be had. So very solemnly they laid their right hands upon the altar and in the presence of the Child and the name of the Child and of all the White Kendah people, repeated after Harût a most solemn oath of which I have already given the substance. It called down on their heads a very dreadful doom in this world and the next, should it be broken either in spirit or the letter, the said oath, however, to be only binding if we on our part swore to observe their terms and kept our engagement also in the spirit and the letter. Then they asked us to fulfil our share of the pact and very considerately drew out of hearing while we discussed the matter, Harût, the only one of them who understood a word of English, retiring behind the sanctuary. At first I had difficulties with Ragnall, who was most unwilling to bind himself in any way. In the end, on my pointing out that nothing less than our lives were involved, and probably that of his wife as well, also that no other course was open to us, he gave way, to my great relief. Hans denounced himself ready to swear anything, adding blandly that words mattered nothing, as afterwards we could do whatever seemed best in our own interests, whereon I read him a short moral lecture on the heinousness of perjury, which did not seem to impress him very much. This matter settled, we called back the priests and informed them of our decision. Harût demanded that we should affirm it by the Child, which we declined to do, saying it was our custom to swear only in the name of our own God. Being a liberal-minded man who had travelled, Harût gave way on the point. So I swore first to the effect that I would fight for the White Kendah to the finish in consideration of the promises that they had made to us. I added that I would not attempt either to see or to interfere with the lady here known as the Guardian of the Child until the war was over, or even to bring our existence to her knowledge, ending up, so help me God, as I had done several times when giving evidence in a court of law. Next Ragnall, with great effort, repeated my oath in English, Harût listening carefully to every word and once or twice asking me to explain the exact meaning of some of them. Lastly Hans, who seemed very bored with the whole affair, swore, also repeating the words after me and finishing on his own account with "So help me the reverend predicant, the Baas's father," a form that he utterly declined to vary although it involved more explanations. When pressed, indeed, he showed considerable ingenuity by pointing out to the priests that to his mind my poor father stood in exactly the same relation to the Power above us as their oracle did to the Child. He offered generously, however, to throw in the spirits of his grandfather and grandmother and some extraordinary divinity they worshipped, I think it was a hare, as an additional guarantee of good faith. This proposal the priests accepted gravely, whereon Hans whispered into my ear in Dutch: "Those fools do not remember that when pressed by dogs the hare often doubles on its own spoor, and that your reverend father will be very pleased if I can play them the same trick with the white lady that they played with the Lord Igeza." I only looked at him in reply, since the morality of Hans was past argument. It might perhaps be summed up in one sentence: to get the better of his neighbour in his master's service, honestly if possible, if not, by any means that came to his hand down to that of murder. At the bottom of his dark and mysterious heart Hans worshipped only one God, named Love, not of woman or child, but of my humble self. His principles were those of a rather sly but very high class and exclusive dog, neither better nor worse. Still, when all is said and done, there are lower creatures in the world than high class dogs. At least so the masters whom they adore are apt to think, especially if their watchfulness and courage have often saved them from death or disaster. End of chapter 17. Chapter 18 of The Ivory Child by H. Rider Haggard. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 18. The Embassy. The ceremonies were over and the priests, with the exception of Harût and two who remained to attend upon him, vanished, probably to inform the male and female hierophants of their result, and through these the whole people of the White Kendah. Old Harût stared at us for a little while, then said in English, which he always liked to talk when Ragnall was present, perhaps for the sake of practice. "What you like to do now, eh? Perhaps wish fly back to town of Child, for suppose this how you come. If so, please take me with you because that save long ride." "Oh no," I answered. "We walked here through that hole where lived the father of snakes who died of fear when he saw us, and just mixed with the rest of you in the court of the temple." "Good lie," said Harût admiringly. "Very first class lie. Wonder how you kill great snake, which we all think never die, for he live there hundreds years. Our people find him there when they first come to this country and make him kind of god. Well, he nasty beast and best dead. I say, you like see child? If so, come, for you are brothers now. Only please take off hat and not speak." I intimated that we should like see child, and led by Harût we entered the little sanctuary which was barely large enough to hold all of us. In a niche of the end wall stood the sacred effigy, which Ragnall and I examined with a kind of reverent interest. It proved to be the statue of an infant about 2 feet high, cut, I imagine, from the base of a single but very large elephant's tusk, so ancient that the yellowish ivory had become rotten and was covered with a multitude of tiny fissures. Indeed, for its appearance I made up my mind that several thousands of years must have passed since the beast died from which this ivory was taken, especially as it had, I presume, always been carefully preserved under cover. The workmanship of the object was excellent, that of a fine artist who, I should think, had taken some living infant for his model, perhaps a child of the Pharaoh of the day. Here I may say at once that there could be no doubt of its Egyptian origin, since on one side of the head was a single lock of hair, while the fourth finger of the right hand was held before the lips as though to enjoin silence. Both of these peculiarities, it will be remembered, are characteristic of the infant Horus, the child of Osiris and Isis, as portrayed in bronzes and temple carvings. So at least Ragnall, who recently had studied many such effigies in Egypt, informed me later. There was nothing else in the place except an ancient string-seated chair of ebony, adorned with inlaid ivory patterns, an effigy of a snake in porcelain, showing that serpent worship was in some way mixed up with their religion, and two rolls of papyrus, at least that is what they looked like, which were laid in the niche with the statue. These rolls, to my disappointment, Harût refused to allow us to examine or even to touch. After we had left the sanctuary, I asked Harût when this figure was brought to their land. He replied that it came when they came, at what date he could not tell us as it was so long ago, and that with it came the worship and the ceremonies of their religion. In answer to further questions he added that this figure, which seemed to be of ivory, contained the spirits which ruled the sun and the moon, and through them the world. This, said Ragnall, was just a piece of Egyptian theology preserved down to our own times in a remote corner of Africa, doubtless by descendants of dwellers on the Nile who had been driven thence in some national catastrophe, and brought away with them their faith and one of the effigies of their gods. Perhaps they fled at the time of the Persian invasion by Cambyses. After we had emerged from this deeply interesting shrine, which was locked behind us, Harût led us, not through the passage connecting it with the stone house that we knew was occupied by Ragnall's wife in her capacity as guardian of the child, or any latter-day personification of Isis, Lady of the Moon, at which house he cast many longing glances,
but back through the two courts and the pylon to the gateway of the temple. Here on the road by which we had entered the place, a fact which we did not mention to him, he paused and addressed us. "Lords," he said, "now you and the people of the White Kendah are one. Your ends are their ends, your fate is their fate. Their secrets are your secrets. You, Lord Igeza, work for a reward, namely the person of that lady whom we took from you on the Nile." "How did you do that?" interrupted Ragnall when I had interpreted. "Lord, we watched you. We knew when you came to Egypt. We followed you in Egypt, whither we had journeyed on our road to England once more to seek our oracles till the day of our opportunity dawned. Then at night we called her and she obeyed the call, as she must do whose mind we had taken away, ask me not how, and brought her to dwell with us, she who was marked from her birth with the holy sign and wears upon her breast certain charmed stones and a symbol that for thousands of years have adorned the body of the child and those of its oracles. Do you remember a company of Arabs whom you saw riding on the banks of the great river on the day before the night when she was lost to you? We were with that company and on our camels we bore her thence, happy and unharmed, to this our land, as I trust when all is done we shall bear her back again and you with her." "I trust so also, for you have wrought me a great wrong," said Ragnall briefly. "Perhaps a greater wrong than I know at present. For how came it that my boy was killed by an elephant?" "Ask that question of Jana and not of me," Harût answered darkly. Then he went on: "You also, Lord Macumazana, work for a reward, the countless store of ivory which your eyes have beheld lying in the burial place of elephants beyond the Tava River. When you have slain Jana who watches the store and defeated the Black Kendah who serve him, it is yours, and we will give you camels to bear it, or some of it, for all cannot be carried, to the sea where it can be taken away in ships. As for the yellow man, I think that he seeks no reward who soon will inherit all things." "The old witch doctor means that I am going to die," remarked Hans, expectorating reflectively. "Well, Baas, I am quite ready, if only Jana and certain others die first. Indeed, I grow too old to fight and travel as I used to do, and therefore shall be glad to pass to some land where I become young again." "Stuff and rubbish!" I exclaimed, then turned and listened to Harût who, not understanding our Dutch conversation, was speaking once more. "Lords," he said, "these paths which run east and west are the real approach to the mountain top and the temple, not that which, as I suppose, led you through the cave of the old serpent. The road to the west, which wanders round the base of the hill to a pass in those distant mountains and thence across the deserts to the north, is so easy to stop that by it we need fear no attack. With this eastern road the case is, however, different, as I shall show you now if you will ride with me." Then he gave some orders to two attendant priests who departed at a run and presently reappeared at the head of a small train of camels which had been hidden, I know not where. We mounted and, following the road across a flat piece of ground, found that not more than half a mile away was another precipitous ridge of rock which had presumably once formed the lip of an outer crater. This ridge, however, was broken away for a width of 200 or 300 yards, perhaps by some outrush of lava, the road running through the centre of the gap on which schanzes had been built here and there for purposes of defence. Looking at these I saw that they were very old and inefficient and asked when they had been erected. Harût replied about a century before, when the last war took place with the Black Kendah, who had been finally driven off at this spot, for then the White Kendah were more numerous than at present. "So Simba knows this road?" I said. "Yes, Lord, and Jana knows it also, for he fought in that war and still at times visits us here and kills any whom he may meet. Only to the temple he has never dared to come." Now I wondered whether we had really seen Jana in the forest on the previous night, but coming to the conclusion that it was useless to investigate the matter, made no inquiries, especially as these would have revealed to Harût the route by which we had approached the temple. Only I pointed out to him that proper defences should be put up here without delay, that is, if they meant to make a stronghold of the mountain. "We do, Lord," he answered, "since we are not strong enough to attack the Black Kendah in their own country or to meet them in pitched battle on the plain. Here and in no other place must be fought the last fight between Jana and the Child. Therefore it will be your task to build walls cunningly, so that when they come we may defeat Jana and the hosts of the Black Kendah." "Do you mean that this elephant will accompany Simba and his soldiers, Harût?" "Without doubt, Lord, since he has always done so from the beginning. Jana is tame to the king and certain priests of the Black Kendah, whose forefathers have fed him for generations and will obey their orders. Also he can think for himself, being an evil spirit and invulnerable." "His left eye and the tip of his trunk are not invulnerable," I remarked, "though from what I saw of him I should say that there is no doubt about his being able to think for himself. Well, I am glad the brute is coming, as I have an account to settle with him." "As he, Lord, who does not forget, has an account to settle with you and your servant Light in Darkness," commented Harût in an unpleasant and suggestive tone. Then after we had taken a few measurements and Ragnall, who understands such matters, had drawn a rough sketch of the place in his pocket book to serve as data for our proposed scheme of fortifications, we pursued our journey back to the town where we had left all our stores, and there were many things to be arranged. It proved to be quite a long ride, down the eastern slope of the mountain, which was easy to negotiate, although like the rest of this strange hill it was covered with dense cedar forests that also seemed to me to have defensive possibilities. Reaching its foot at length, we were obliged to make a detour by certain winding paths to avoid ground that was too rough for the camels, so that in the end we did not come to our own house in the Town of the Child till about midday. Glad enough were we to reach it, since all three of us were tired out with our terrible night journey and the anxious emotions that we had undergone. Indeed, after we had eaten we lay down, and I rejoiced to see that, notwithstanding the state of mental excitement into which the discovery of his wife had plunged him, Ragnall was the first of us to fall asleep. About 5 o'clock we were awakened by a messenger from Harût, who requested our attendance on important business at a kind of meeting house which stood at a little distance on an open place where the White Kendah bartered produce. Here we found Harût and about 20 of the head men seated in the shade of a thatched roof, while behind them, at a respectful distance, stood quite 100 of the White Kendah. Most of these, however, were women and children, for as I have said the greater part of the male population was absent from the town because of the commencement of the harvest. We were conducted to chairs, or rather stools of honour, and when we too had seated ourselves, Hans taking his stand behind us, Harût rose and informed us that an embassy had arrived from the Black Kendah which was about to be admitted. Presently they came, 5 of them, great truculent looking fellows of a surprising blackness, unarmed, for they had not been allowed to bring their weapons into the town, but adorned with the usual silver chains across their breasts to show their rank and other savage finery. In the man who was their leader I recognized one of those messengers who had accosted us when first we entered their territory on our way from the south, before that fight in which I was taken prisoner. Stepping forward and addressing himself to Harût, he said: "A while ago, O Prophet of the Child, I, the messenger of the god Jana, speaking through the mouth of Simba the King, gave you and your brother Marût a certain warning to which you did not listen. Now Jana has Marût, and again I come to warn you, Harût." "If I remember right," interrupted Harût blandly, "I think that on that occasion 2 of you delivered the message, and that the Child marked one of you upon the brow. If Jana has my brother, say, where is yours?" "We warned you," went on the messenger, "and you cursed us in the name of the Child." "Yes," interrupted Harût again, "we cursed you with the 3 curses. The first was the curse of heaven by storm or drought, which has fallen upon you. The second was the curse of famine, which is falling upon you. And the third was the curse of war, which is yet to fall on you." "It is of war that we come to speak,"
replied the messenger, diplomatically avoiding the other two topics which perhaps he found it awkward to discuss. "That is foolish of you," replied the bland Harût, "seeing that the other day you matched yourselves against us with but small success. Many of you were killed, but only a very few of us, and the white lord whom you took captive escaped out of your hands and from the tusks of Jana, who, I think, now lacks an eye. If he is a god, how comes it that he lacks an eye and could not kill an unarmed white man? Let Jana answer for himself, as he will do ere long, O Harût. Meanwhile, these are the words of Jana spoken through the mouth of Simba the King. The Child has destroyed my harvest, and therefore I demand this of the people of the Child, that they give me 3/4 of their harvest, reaping the same and delivering it on the south bank of the river Tava. That they give me the 2 white lords to be sacrificed to me. That they give the white lady who is guardian of the Child to be wife of Simba the King, and with her 100 virgins of your people. That the image of the Child be brought to the god Jana in the presence of his priests and Simba the King. These are the demands of Jana spoken through the mouth of Simba the King." Watching, I saw a thrill of horror shake the forms of Harût and of all those with him as the full meaning of these, to them, most impious requests sank into their minds. But he only asked very quietly, "And if we refuse the demands, what then?" "Then," shouted the messenger insolently, "then Jana declares war upon you, the last war of all, war till every one of your men be dead and the Child you worship is burnt to grey ashes with fire. War till your women are taken as slaves and the corn which you refused is stored in our grain pits and your land is a waste and your name forgotten. Already the hosts of Jana are gathered and the trumpet of Jana calls them to the fight. Tomorrow or the next day they advance upon you, and ere the moon is full not one of you will be left to look upon her." Harût rose and walking from under the shed turned his back upon the envoys and stared at the distant line of great mountains which stood out far away against the sky. Out of curiosity I followed him and observed that these mountains were no longer visible. Where they had been was nothing but a line of black and heavy cloud. After looking for a while he returned and addressed the envoys and said quite casually: "If you will be advised by me, friends, you will ride hard for the river. There is such rain upon the mountains as I have never seen before, and you will be fortunate if you cross it before the flood comes down, the greatest flood that has happened in our day." This intelligence seemed to disturb the messengers, for they too stepped out of the shed and stared at the mountains, muttering to each other something that I could not understand. Then they returned and with a fine appearance of indifference demanded an immediate answer to their challenge. "Can you not guess it?" answered Harût. Then changing his tone he drew himself to his full height and thundered out at them. "Get you back to your evil spirit of a god that hides in the shape of a beast of the forest and to his slave who calls himself a king, and say to them, 'Thus speaks the Child to his rebellious servants, the Black Kendah dogs. Swim my river when you can, which will not be yet, and come up against me when you will, for whenever you come I shall be ready for you. You are already dead, O Jana. You are already dead, O Simba the slave. You are scattered and lost, O dogs of the Black Kendah, and the home of such of you as remain shall be far away in a barren land, where you must dig deep for water and live upon the wild game, because there little corn will grow. Now begone and swiftly, lest you stop here for ever.' So they turned and went, leaving me full of admiration for the histrionic powers of Harût. I must add, however, that being without doubt a keen observer of the weather conditions of the neighbourhood, he was quite right about the rain upon the mountains, which, by the way, never extended to the territory of the people of the Child. As we heard afterwards, the flood came down just as the envoys reached the river. Indeed, one of them was drowned in attempting its crossing, and for 14 days after this it remained impassable to an army. That very evening we began our preparations to meet an attack which was now inevitable. Putting aside the supposed rival powers of the tribal divinities worshipped under the names of the Child and Jana, which, while they added a kind of Homeric interest to the contest, could, we felt, scarcely affect an issue that must be decided with cold steel and other mortal weapons, the position of the White Kendah was serious indeed. As I think I have said, in all they did not number more than about 2,000 men between the ages of 20 and 55, or including lads between 14 and 20 and old men, still able-bodied, between 57 and 70, say 2,700 capable of some sort of martial service. To these might be added something under 2,000 women, since among this dwindling folk, oddly enough, from causes that I never ascertained, the males outnumbered the females, which accounted for their marriage customs that were, by comparison with those of most African peoples, monogamous. At any rate, only the rich among them had more than one wife, while the poor or otherwise ineligible often had none at all, since intermarriage with other races and above all with the Black Kendah dwelling beyond the river was so strictly taboo that it was punishable with death or expulsion. Against this little band the Black Kendah could bring up 20,000 men, besides boys and aged persons who, with the women, would probably be left to defend their own country, that is, not less than 10 to 1. Moreover, all of these enemies would be fighting with the courage of despair, since quite three-fourths of their crops, with many of their cattle and sheep, had been destroyed by the terrific hail-burst that I have described. Therefore, since no other corn was available in the surrounding land, where they dwelt alone encircled by deserts, either they must capture that of the White Kendah or suffer terribly from starvation until a year later when another harvest ripened. The only points I could see in favour of the people of the Child were that they would fight on the vantage ground of their mountain stronghold, a formidable position if properly defended. Also they would have the benefit of the skill and knowledge of Ragnall and myself. Lastly, the enemy must face our rifles. Neither the White nor the Black Kendah, I should say, possessed any guns, except a few antiquated flintlock weapons that the former had captured from some nomadic tribe and kept as curiosities. Why this was the case I do not know, since undoubtedly at times the White Kendah traded in camels and corn with Arabs who wandered as far as the Sudan or Egypt, nomadic tribes to whom even then firearms were known, although perhaps rarely used by them. But so it was, possibly because of some old law or prejudice which forbade their introduction into the country, or mayhap of the difficulty of procuring powder and lead, or for the reason that they had none to teach them the use of such new-fangled weapons. Now, it will be remembered that, on the chance of their proving useful, Ragnall, in addition to our own sporting rifles, had brought with him to Africa 50 Snider rifles with an ample supply of ammunition, the same that I had trouble in passing through the customs at Durban, all of which had arrived safely at the town of the Child. Clearly our first duty was to make the best possible use of this invaluable store. To that end I asked Harût to select 75 of the boldest and most intelligent young men among his people and to hand them over to me and Hans for instruction in musketry. We had only 50 rifles, but I drilled 75 men, or 50% more, that some might be ready to replace any who fell. From dawn to dark each day Hans and I worked at trying to convert these Kendah into sharpshooters. It was no easy task with men, however willing, who till then had never held a gun, especially as I must be very sparing of the ammunition necessary to practice, of which of course our supply was limited. Still, we taught them how to take cover, how to fire, and to cease from firing at a word of command, also to hold the rifles low and waste no shot. To make marksmen of them was more than I could hope to do under the circumstances. With the exception of these men, nearly the entire male population were working day and night to get in the harvest. This proved a very difficult business, both because some of the crops were scarcely fit and because all the grain had to be carried on camels to be stored in and at the back of the second court of the temple, the only place where it was likely to be safe. Indeed, in the end a great deal was left unreaped. Then the herds of cattle and breeding camels which grazed on the farther sides of the Holy Mount must be brought into places of safety, glens in the forest on its slope, and forage stacked to feed them. Also it was necessary to provide scouts to keep watch along the river. Lastly, the fortifications in the mountain pass required unceasing labour and attention. This was the task of Ragnall, who fortunately in his youth, before he succeeded unexpectedly to the title, was for some years an officer in the Royal Engineers and therefore thoroughly understood that business. Indeed, he understood it rather too well, since the result of his somewhat complicated and scientific scheme of defence was a little confusing to the simple native mind. However, with the assistance of all the priests and of all the women and children who were not engaged in provisioning the mount, he built wall after wall and redoubt after redoubt, if that is the right word, to say nothing of the shelter trenches he dug and many pitfalls, furnished at the bottom with sharp stakes, which he hollowed out wherever the soil could be easily moved, to discomfit a charging enemy. Indeed, when I saw the amount of work he had concluded in 10 days, which was not until I joined him on the mountain, I was quite astonished. About this time a dispute arose as to whether we should attempt to prevent the Black Kendah from crossing the river which was now running down, a plan that some of the elders favoured. At last the controversy was referred to me as head general and I decided against anything of the sort. It seemed to me that our force was too small and that if I took the riflemen a great deal of ammunition might be expended with poor result. Also, in the event of any reverse or when we were finally driven back, which must happen, there might be difficulty about remounting the camels, our only means of escape from the horsemen, who would possibly gallop us down. Moreover, the Tava had several fords, any one of which might be selected by the enemy. So it was arranged that we should make our first and last stand upon the Holy Mount. On the 14th night from new moon our swift camel scouts who were posted in relays between the Tava and the Mount reported that the Black Kendah were gathered in thousands upon the farther side of the river, where they were engaged in celebrating magical ceremonies. On the 15th night the scouts reported that they were crossing the river, about 5,000 horsemen and 15,000 foot soldiers, and that at the head of them marched the huge god elephant Jana, on which rode Simba the King and a lame priest, evidently my friend whose foot had been injured by the pistol, who acted as a mahout. This part of the story I confess I did not believe, since it seemed to me impossible that anyone could ride upon that mad rogue Jana. Yet, as subsequent events showed, it was in fact true. I suppose that in certain hands the beast became tamed, or perhaps it was drugged. 2 nights later, for the Black Kendah advanced but slowly, spreading themselves over the country in order to collect such crops as had not been gathered through lack of time or because they were still unripe, we saw flames and smoke arising from the town of the Child beneath us, which they had fired. Now we knew that the time of trial had come, and until midnight men, women and children worked feverishly finishing or trying to finish the fortifications and making every preparation in our power. Our position was that we held a very strong post, that is, strong against an enemy unprovided with big guns or even firearms, which, as all other possible approaches had been blocked, was only assailable by direct frontal attack from the east. In the pass we had 3 main lines of defence, one arranged behind the other and separated by distances of a few hundred yards. Our last refuge was furnished by the walls of the temple itself, in the rear of which we camped the whole White Kendah tribe, save a few hundred who were employed in watching the herds of camels and stock in almost inaccessible positions on the northern slopes of the mount. There were perhaps 5,000 people of both sexes and every age gathered in this camp, which was so well provided with food and water that it could have stood a siege of several months. If, however, our defences should be carried, there was no possibility of escape, since we learned from our scouts that the Black Kendah, who by tradition and through spies were well acquainted with every feature of the country, had detached a party of several thousand men to watch the western road and the slopes of the mountain, in case we should try to break out by that route. The only one remaining, that which ran through the cave of the serpent, we had taken the precaution of blocking up with great stones, lest through it our flank should be turned. In short, we were rats in a trap, and where we were there we must either conquer or die, unless indeed we chose to surrender, which for most of us would mean a fate worse than death. End of chapter 18. Chapter 19 of the Ivory Child by H. Rider Haggard. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 19. Allan Quatermain misses. I had made my last round of the little corps that I facetiously named the Sharpshooters, though to tell the truth at shooting they were anything but sharp, and seen that each man was in his place behind a wall with a reserve man squatted at the rear of every pair of them, waiting to take his rifle if either of these should fall. Also I had made sure that all of them had 20 rounds of ammunition in their skin pouches. More I would not serve out, fearing lest in excitement or in panic they might fire away to the last cartridge uselessly, as before now even disciplined white troops have been known to do. Therefore I had arranged that certain old men of standing who could be trusted should wait in a place of comparative safety behind the line, carrying all our reserve ammunition, which amounted, allowing for what had been expended in practice, to nearly 60 rounds per rifle. This they were instructed to deliver from their wallets to the firing line in small lots when they saw that it was necessary, and not before. It was, I admit, an arrangement apt to miscarry in the heat of desperate battle, but I could think of none better, since it was absolutely necessary that no shot should be wasted. After a few words of exhortation and caution to the natives, who acted as sergeants to the corps, I returned to a bough shelter that had been built for us behind a rock to get a few hours' sleep, if that were possible, before the fight began. Here I found Ragnall, who had just come in from his inspection. This was of a much more extensive nature than my own, since it involved going round some furlongs of rough walls and trenches that he had prepared with so much thought and care, and seeing that the various companies of the White Kendah were ready to play their part in the defence of them. He was tired and rather excited, too much so to sleep at once, so we talked a little while, first about the prospects of the morrow's battle, as to which we were, to say the least of it, dubious, and afterwards of other things. I asked him if during his stay in this place, while I was below at the town or later, he had heard or seen anything of his wife. Nothing, he answered. These priests never speak of her, and if they did, Harût is the only one of them that I can really understand. Moreover, I have kept my word strictly, and, even when I had occasion to see the blocking of the western road, made a circuit on the mountain top in order to avoid the neighbourhood of that house where I suppose she lives. Oh, Quatermain, my friend, my case is a hard one, as you would think if the woman you loved with your whole heart was shut up within a few hundred yards of you and no communication with her possible after all this time of separation and agony. What makes it worse is, as I gathered from what Harût said the other day, that she is still out of her mind. That has some consolations, I replied, since the mindless do not suffer. But if such is the case, how do you account for what you and poor Savage saw that night in the town of the Child? It was not altogether a fantasy, for the dress you described was the same we saw her wearing at the feast of the first fruits. I don't know what to make of it, Quatermain, except that many strange things happen in the world which we mock at as insults to our limited intelligence because we cannot understand them. Very soon I was to have another proof of this remark. But what are you driving at? You are keeping something back. Only this, Ragnall. If your wife were utterly mad, I cannot conceive how it came about that she searched you out and spoke to you even in a vision, for the thing was not an individual dream since both you and Savage saw her. Nor did she actually visit you in the flesh, as the door never opened and the spider's web across it was not broken. So it comes to this. Either some part of her is not mad but can still exercise sufficient will to project itself upon your senses, or she is dead and her disembodied spirit did this thing. Now, we know that she is not dead, for we have seen her, and Harût has confessed as much. Therefore I maintain that, whatever may be her temporary state, she must still be fundamentally of a reasonable mind, as she is of a natural body. For instance, she may only be hypnotized, in which case the spell will break one day. Thank you for that thought, old fellow. It never occurred to me and it gives me a new hope. Now listen. If I should come to grief in this business, which is very likely, and you should survive, You will do your best to get her home, will you not? Here is a codicil to my will which I drew up after that night of dream, duly witnessed by Savage and Hans. It gives to you whatever sums may be necessary in this connection and something over for yourself. Take it. It is best in your keeping, especially as if you should be killed it has no value." "Of course I will do my best," I answered as I put away the paper in my pocket. "And now don't let us take any more thought of being killed, which may prevent us from getting the sleep we want. I don't mean to be killed if I can help it. I mean to give those beggars, the Black Kendah, such a doing as they never had before, and then start for the coast with you and Lady Ragnall, as, God willing, we shall do. Good night." After this I slept like a top for some hours, as I believe Ragnall did also. When I awoke, which happened suddenly and completely, the first thing that I saw was Hans seated at the entrance to my little shelter, smoking his corn-cob pipe and nursing the single-barrelled rifle Intombi on his knee. I asked him what the time was, to which he replied that it lacked 2 hours to dawn. Then I asked him why he had not been sleeping. He replied that he had been asleep and dreamed a dream. Idly enough I inquired what dream, to which he replied: "Rather a strange one, Baas, for a man who was about to go into battle. I dreamed that I was in a large place that was full of quiet. It was light there, but I could not see any sun or moon, and the air was very soft and tasted like food and drink. So much so, Baas, that if anyone had offered me a cup quite full of the best Cape smoke, I should have told him to take it away. Then suddenly, Baas, I saw your reverend father the predicant standing beside me and looking just as he used to look, only younger and stronger and very happy, and so of course I knew at once that I was dead and in hell. Only I wondered where the fire that does not go out might be, for I could not see it. Presently your reverend father said to me, 'Good day, Hans, so you have come here at last. Now tell me, how has it gone with my son, the Baas Allan? Have you looked after him as I told you to do?' I answered, 'I have looked after him as well I could, O reverend sir. Little enough I have done. Still, not once or twice or 3 times only have I offered up my life for him as was my duty, and yet we both have lived.' And that I might be sure he heard the best of me, as was but natural, I told him the times, Baas, making a big story out of small things, although all the while I could see that he knew exactly just where I began to lie and just where I stopped from lying. Still he did not scold me, Baas. Indeed, when I had finished he said, 'Oh, well done, O good and faithful servant,' words that I think I have heard him use before when he was alive, Baas, and used to preach to us for such a long time on Sunday afternoons. Then he asked, 'How goes it with the Baas Allan, my son, now, Hans?' To which I replied, 'The Baas Allan is going to fight a very great battle in which he may well fall, and if I could feel sorry here, which I can't, I should weep, O reverend sir, because I have died before that battle began and therefore cannot stand at his side in the battle and be killed for him as a servant should for his master.' 'You will stand at his side in the battle,' said your missing line in printed version, JB. 'Do as it is fitting that you should, and afterwards, Hans, you will make report to me of how the battle went and of what honour my son has won therein. Moreover, know this, Hans, that although while you live in the world you seem to see many other things, they are but dreams, since in all the world there is but one real thing and its name is love, which if it be but strong enough the stars themselves must obey, for it is the king of every one of them, and all who dwell in them worship it day and night under many names for ever and ever. Amen.' What he meant by that I am sure I don't know, Baas, seeing that I have never thought much of women, at least not for many years, since my last old vrouw went and drank herself to death after lying in her sleep on the baby which I loved much better than I did her, Baas. Well, before I could ask him, or about hell either, he was gone like a whiff of smoke from a rifle mouth in a strong wind." Hans paused, puffed at his pipe, spat upon the ground in his usual reflective way and asked, "Is the Baas tired of the dream or would he like to hear the rest?" "I should like to hear the rest," I said in a low voice, for I was strangely moved. Well, Baas, while I was standing in that place which was so full of quiet, turning my hat in my hands and wondering what work they would set me to there among the devils, I looked up. There I saw coming towards me two very beautiful women, Baas, who had their arms round each other's necks. They were dressed in white, with the little hard things that are found in shells hanging about them, and bright stones in their hair. And as they came, Baas, wherever they set a foot, flowers sprang up, very pretty flowers, so that all their path across the quiet place was marked with flowers. Birds too sang as they passed. At least, I think they were birds, though I could not see them." "What were they like, Hans?" I whispered. "One of them, Baas, the taller, I did not know, but the other I knew well enough. It was she whose name is holy not to be mentioned. Yet I must mention that name. It was the Missie Marie herself, as last we saw her alive many, many years ago, only grown 100 times more beautiful." See the book called Marie by H. Rider Haggard. Now I groaned and Hans went on. "The two white ones came up to me and stood looking at me with eyes that were more soft than those of bucks. Then the Missie Marie said to the other, 'This is Hans of whom I have so often told you, O Star.' Here I groaned again, for how did this Hottentot know that name, or rather its sweet rendering? Then she who was called Star asked, 'How goes it with the one who is the heart of all three of us, O Hans?' Yes, Baas, those shining ones joined me, the dirty little Hottentot in my old clothes and smelling of tobacco, with themselves when they spoke of you, for I knew they were speaking of you, Baas, which made me think I must be drunk even there in the quiet place. So I told them all that I had told your reverend father, and a very great deal more, for they seemed never to be tired of listening. And once when I mentioned that sometimes, while pretending to be asleep, I heard you praying aloud at night for the Missie Marie who died for you, and for another who had been your wife whose name I did not remember but who also had died, they both cried a little, Baas. Their tears shone like crystals and smelt like that stuff in a little glass tube which Harût said that he had brought from some far land when he put a drop or two on your handkerchief after you were faint from the pain in your leg at the house yonder. Or perhaps it was the flowers that smelt, for where the tears fell there sprang up white lilies shaped like two babes' hands held together in prayer." Hearing this, I hid my face in my hands, lest Hans should see human tears unscented with attar of roses, and bade him continue. "Baas, the white one who was called Star asked me of your son, the young Baas Harry, and I told her that when last I had seen him he was strong and well and would make a bigger man than you were, whereat she sighed and shook her head. Then the Missie Marie said, 'Tell the Baas, Hans, that also I have a child which he will see one day, but it is not a son.' After this they too said something about love, but what it was I cannot remember, since even as I repeat this dream to you it is beginning to slip away from me fast as a swallow skimming the water. Their last words, however, I do remember. They were, 'Say to the Baas that we who never met in life, but who here are as twin sisters, wait and count the years and count the months and count the days and count the hours and count the minutes and count the seconds until once more he shall hear our voices calling to him across the night.' That's what they say, Baas. Then they were gone and only the flowers remained to show that they had been standing there. Now I set off to bring you the message and travelled a very long way at a great rate. If Jana himself had been after me I could not have gone more fast. At last I got out of that quiet place and among mountains where there were dark kloofs, and there in the kloofs I heard Zulu impis singing their war song. Yes, they sang the Ingoma or something very like it. Now suddenly in the pass of the mountains along which I sped there appeared before me a very beautiful woman whose skin shone like the best copper coffee kettle after I have polished it, Baas. She was dressed in a leopard-like moocha and wore on her shoulders a fur kaross, and about her neck a circlet of blue beads. and from her hair there rose one crane's feather tall as a walking stick, and in her hand she held a little spear. No flower sprang beneath her feet when she walked towards me, and no birds sang. Only the air was filled with the sound of a royal salute which rolled among the mountains like the roar of thunder, and her eyes flashed like summer lightning. Now I let my hands fall and stared at him, for well I knew what was coming. "Stand, yellow man," she said, "and give me the royal salute." So I gave her the bayéte, though who she might be I did not know, since I did not think it wise to stay to ask her if it were hers of right, although I should have liked to do so. Then she said: "The old man on the plain yonder and those two pale white ones have talked to you of their love for your master, the Lord Macumazana. I tell you, little yellow dog, that they do not know what love can be. There is more love for him in my eyes alone than they have in all that makes them fair. Say it to the Lord Macumazana that, as I know well, he goes down to battle and that the lady Mameena will be with him in the battle as, though he saw her not, she has been with him in other battles, and will be with him till the river of time has run over the edge of the world and is lost beyond the sun. Let him remember this when Jana rushes on and death is very near to him today, and let him look, for then perchance he shall see me. Begone now, yellow dog, to the heels of your master and play your part well in the battle, for of what you do or leave undone you shall give account to me. Say that Mameena sends her greetings to the Lord Macumazana, and that she adds this, that when the old man and the white ones told you that love is the secret blood of the worlds which makes them to be, they did not lie. Love reigns, and I, Mameena, am its priestess, and the heart of Macumazana is my holy house. Then, Baas, I tumbled off a precipice and woke up here, and Baas, as we may not light a fire, I have kept some coffee hot for you buried in warm ashes," and without another word he went to fetch that coffee, leaving me shaken and amazed. For what kind of dream was it which revealed to an old Hottentot all these mysteries and hidden things about persons whom he had never seen and of whom I had never spoken to him? My father and my wife Marie might be explained, for with these he had been mixed up. But how about Stella and above all Mameena? Although of course it was possible that he had heard of the latter, who had made some stir in her time. But to hit her off as he had done in all her pride, splendour and dominion of desire. Well, that was his story which, perhaps fortunately, I lacked time to analyse or brood upon, since there was much in it calculated to unnerve a man just entering the crisis of a desperate fray. Indeed, a minute or so later, as I was swallowing the last of the coffee, messengers arrived about some business, I forget what, sent by Ragnall, I think, who had risen before I woke. I turned to give the pannikin to Hans, but he had vanished in his snake-like fashion, so I threw it down upon the ground and devoted my mind to the questions raised in Ragnall's message. Next minute scouts came in who had been watching the camp of the Black Kendah all night. They were sleeping not more than half a mile away, in an open place on the slope of the hill with pickets thrown out round them, intending to advance upon us, it was said, as soon as the sun rose, since because of their number they feared lest to march at night should throw them into confusion and, in case of their falling into an ambush, bring about disaster. Such at least was the story of two spies whom our people had captured. There had been some question as to whether we should not attempt a night attack upon their camp, of which I was rather in favour. After full debate, however, the idea had been abandoned, owing to the fewness of our numbers, the dislike which the White Kendah shared with the Black of attempting to operate in the dark, and the well-chosen position of our enemy, whom it would be impossible to rush before we were discovered by their outposts. What I hoped in my heart was that they might try to rush us, notwithstanding the story of the two captured spies, and in the gloom, after the moon had sunk low and before the dawn came, become entangled in our pitfalls and outlying entrenchments, where we should be able to destroy a great number of them. Only on the previous afternoon that cunning old fellow Hans had pointed out to me how advantageous such an event would be to our cause, and, while agreeing with him, I suggested that probably the Black Kendah knew this as well as we did, as the prisoners had told us. Yet that very thing happened, and through Hans himself. Thus: old Harût had come to me just 1 hour before the dawn to inform me that all our people were awake and at their stations, and to make some last arrangements as to the course of the defence, also about our final concentration behind the last line of walls and in the first court of the temple, if we should be driven from the outer entrenchments. He was telling me that the Oracle of the Child had uttered words at the ceremony that night which he and all the priests considered were the most favourable import, news to which I listened with some impatience, feeling as I did that this business had passed out of the range of the Child and its Oracle. As he spoke, suddenly through the silence that precedes the dawn there floated to our ears the unmistakable sound of a rifle. Yes, a rifle shot, half a mile or so away, followed by the roaring murmur of a great camp unexpectedly alarmed at night. "Who can have fired that?" I asked. "The Black Kendah have no guns." He replied that he did not know, unless some of my 50 men had left their posts. While we were investigating the matter, scouts rushed in with the intelligence that the Black Kendah, thinking apparently that they were being attacked, had broken camp and were advancing towards us. We passed a warning all down the lines and stood to arms. 5 minutes later, as I stood listening to that approaching roar, filled with every kind of fear and melancholy foreboding such as the hour and the occasion might well have evoked, through the gloom, which was dense, the moon being hidden behind the hill, I thought I caught sight of something running towards me like a crouching man. I lifted my rifle to fire, but, reflecting that it might be no more than a hyena and fearing to provoke a fusillade from my half-trained company, did not do so. Next instant I was glad indeed, for immediately on the other side of the wall behind which I was standing I heard a well-known voice gasp out, "Don't shoot, Baas, it is I." "What have you been doing, Hans?" I said as he scrambled over the wall to my side, limping a little as I fancied. "Baas," he puffed, "I have been paying the Black Kendah a visit. I crept down between their stupid outposts, who are as blind in the dark as a bat in daytime, hoping to find Jana and put a bullet into his leg or trunk. I didn't find him, Baas, although I heard him, but one of their captains stood up in front of a watchfire, giving a good shot. My bullet found him, Baas, for he tumbled back into the fire, making the sparks fly this way and that. Then I ran and, as you see, got here quite safely." "Why did you play that fool's trick?" I asked, "seeing that it ought to have cost you your life?" "I shall die just when I have to die, not before, Baas," he replied in the intervals of reloading the little rifle. "Also it was the trick of a wise man, not of a fool, seeing that it has made the Black Kendah think that we were attacking them and caused them to hurry on to attack us in the dark over ground that they do not know. Listen to them coming." As he spoke a roar of sound told us that the great charge had swept round a turn there was in the pass and was heading towards us up the straight. Ivory horns brayed, captains shouted orders, the very mountains shook beneath the beating of thousands of feet of men and horses, while in one great yell that echoed from the cliffs and forests and went up the battle cry of "Jana! Jana!" a mixed tumult of noise which contrasted very strangely with the utter silence in our ranks. "They will be among the pitfalls presently," sniggered Hans, shifting his weight nervously from one leg on to the other. "Hark, they are going into them." It was true. Screams of fear and pain told me that the front ranks had begun to fall, horse and foot together, into the cunningly devised snares of which with so much labour we had dug many, concealing them with earth spread over thin wickerwork, or rather interlaced boughs. Into them went the forerunners, to be pierced by the sharp, fire-hardened stakes set at the bottom of each pit. Vainly did those who were near enough to understand their danger call to the ranks behind to stop. They could not or would not comprehend and had no room to extend their front. Forward surged the human torrent, thrusting in front of it to death by wounds or suffocation in those deadly holes, till one by one they were filled level with the ground by struggling men and horses, over whom the army still rushed on. How many perished there I do not know, but after the battle was over we found scarcely a pit that was not crowded to the brim with dead. Truly this device of Ragnall's, for if I had conceived the idea, which was unfamiliar to the Kendah, It was he who had carried it out in so masterly a fashion, had served us well. Still the enemy surged on, since the pits were only large enough to hold a tithe of them, till at length horsemen and footmen mixed up together in inextricable confusion, their mighty mass became faintly visible quite close to us, a blacker blot upon the gloom. Then my turn came. When they were not more than 50 yards away from the first wall I shouted an order to my riflemen to fire, aiming low, and set the example by loosing both barrels of an elephant gun at the thickest of the mob. At that distance even the most inexperienced shots could not miss such a mark, especially as those bullets that went high struck among the oncoming troops behind, or caught the horsemen lifted above their fellows. Indeed, of the first few rounds I do not think that one was wasted, while often single balls killed or injured several men. The result was instantaneous. The Black Kendah who, be it remembered, were totally unaccustomed to the effects of rifle fire and imagined that we only possessed 2 or 3 guns in all, stopped their advance as though paralysed. For a few seconds there was silence, except for the intermittent crackle of the rifles as my men loaded and fired. Next came the cries of the smitten men and horses that were falling everywhere, and then the unmistakable sound of a stampede. "They have gone. That was too warm for them, Baas," chuckled Hans exultingly. "Yes," I answered, when I had at length succeeded in stopping the firing, "but I expect they will come back with the light. Still that trick of yours has cost them dear, Hans." By degrees the dawn began to break. It was, I remember, a particularly beautiful dawn, resembling a gigantic and vivid rose opening in the east, or a cup of brightness from which many coloured wines were poured all athwart the firmament. Very peaceful also, for not a breath of wind was stirring. But what a scene the first rays of the sun revealed upon that narrow stretch of pass in front of us. Everywhere the pitfalls and trenches were filled with still surging heaps of men and horses, while all about lay dead and wounded men, the red harvest of our rifle fire. It was dreadful to contrast the heavenly peace above and the hellish horror beneath. We took count and found that up to this moment we had not lost a single man, one only having been slightly wounded by a thrown spear. As is common among semi-savages, this fact filled the White Kendah with undue exultation. Thinking that as the beginning was so the end must be, they cheered and shouted, shaking each other's hands, then fell to eating the food which the women brought them with appetite, chattering incessantly, although as a general rule they were a very silent people. Even the grave Harût, who arrived full of congratulations, seemed as high-spirited as a boy, till I reminded him that the real battle had not yet commenced. The Black Kendah had fallen into a trap and lost some of their number, that was all, which was fortunate for us, but could scarcely affect the issue of the struggle, since they had many thousands left. Ragnall, who had come up from his lines, agreed with me. As he said, these people were fighting for life as well as honour, seeing that most of the corn which they needed for their sustenance was stored in great heaps either in or to the rear of the temple behind us. Therefore they must come on until they won or were destroyed. How with our small force could we hope to destroy this multitude? That was the problem which waited upon our hearts. About a quarter of an hour later 2 spies that we had set upon the top of the precipitous cliffs, whence they had a good view of the pass beyond the bend, came scrambling down the rocks like monkeys by a route that was known to them. These boys, for there were no more, reported that the Black Kendah were reforming their army beyond the bend of the pass and that the cavalry were dismounting and sending their horses to the rear, evidently because they found them useless in such a place. A little later solitary men appeared from behind the bend, carrying bundles of long sticks to each of which was attached a piece of white cloth, a proceeding that excited my curiosity. Soon its object became apparent. Swiftly these men, of whom in the end there may have been 30 or 40, ran to and fro, testing the ground with spears in search of pitfalls. I think they only found a very few that had not been broken into, but in front of these and also of those that were already full of men and horses, they set up the flags as a warning that they should be avoided in the advance. Also they removed a number of their wounded. We had great difficulty in restraining the White Kendah from rushing out to attack them, which of course would only have led us into a trap in our turn, since they would have fled and conducted their pursuers into the arms of the enemy. Nor would I allow my riflemen to fire, as the result must have been many misses and a great waste of ammunition, which ere long would be badly wanted. I, however, did shoot 2 or 3, then gave it up as the remainder took no notice whatever. When they had thoroughly explored the ground they retired until, a little later, the Black Kendah army began to appear, marching in serried regiments and excellent order round the bend, till perhaps 8 or 10,000 of them were visible, a very fierce and awe-inspiring impi. Their front ranks halted between 300 and 400 yards away, which I thought farther off than it was advisable to open fire on them with Snider rifles, held by unskilled troops. Then came a pause, which at length was broken by the blowing of horns and a sound of exultant shouting beyond the turn of the pass. Now from round this turn appeared the strangest sight that I think my eyes had ever seen. Yes, there came the huge elephant Jana at a slow shambling trot. On his back and head were 2 men in whom, with my glasses, I recognized the lame priest whom I already knew too well, and Simba, the king of the Black Kendah himself, gorgeously apparelled and wearing a long spear, seated in a kind of wooden chair. Round the brute's neck were a number of bright metal chains, 12 in all, and each of these chains was held by a spearman who ran alongside, 6 on one side and 6 on the other. Lastly, ingeniously fastened to the end of his trunk were 3 other chains to which were attached spiked knobs of metal. On he came as docilely as any Indian elephant used for carrying teak logs, passing through the centre of the host up a wide lane which had been left, I suppose for his convenience, and intelligently avoiding the pitfalls filled with dead. I thought that he would stop among the first ranks, but not so. Slackening his pace to a walk, he marched forwards towards our fortifications. Now, of course, I saw my chance and made sure that my double-barrelled elephant rifle was ready and that Hans held a second rifle, also double-barrelled and of similar calibre, full cocked in such a position that I could snatch it from him in a moment. "I'm going to kill that elephant," I said. "Let no one else fire. Stand still and you will see the god Jana die." Still the enormous beast floundered forward. Up to that moment I had never realized how truly huge it was, not even when it stood over me in the moonlight about to crush me with its foot. Of this I am sure, that none to equal it ever lived in Africa, at least in any times of which I have knowledge. "Fire, Baas," whispered Hans. "It is near enough." But, like the Frenchman and the cock pheasant, I determined to wait until it stopped, wishing to finish it with a single ball, if only for the prestige of the thing. At length it did stop and, opening its cavern of a mouth, lifted its great trunk and trumpeted, while Simba, standing up in his chair, began to shout out some command to us to surrender to the god Jana, the invincible, the invulnerable. "I will show you if you are invulnerable, my boy," said I to myself, glancing round to make sure that Hans had the second rifle ready, and catching sight of Ragnall and Harût and all the White Kendah standing up in their trenches, breathlessly awaiting the end, as were the Black Kendah a few hundred yards away. Never could there have been a fairer shot and one more certain to result in a fatal wound. The brute's head was up and its mouth was open. All I had to do was send a hard-tipped bullet crashing through the palate to the brain behind. It was so easy that I could have made a bet that I could have finished him with one hand tied behind me. I lifted the heavy rifle. I got the sight dead on to a certain spot at the back of that red cave. I pressed the trigger. The charge boomed and nothing happened. I heard no bullet strike and Jana did not even take the trouble to close his mouth. An exclamation of "Ooh" went up from the watchers. Before it had died away the second bullet followed the first, with the same result, or rather lack of result, and another louder "Oh" arose. Then Jana tranquilly shut his mouth, having finished trumpeting, and as though to give me a still better target, turned broadside on and stood quite still. With an inward curse I snatched the second rifle and aiming behind the ear at a spot which long experience told me covered the heart, let drive again, first one barrel and then the other. Jana never stirred. No bullet thudded. No mark of blood appeared upon his hide. The horrible thought overcame me that I, Allan Quatermain, I, the famous shot, the renowned elephant hunter, had 4 times missed this haystack of a brute from a distance of 40 yards. So great was my shame that I almost fainted. Through a kind of mist I heard various ejaculations. "Great heavens!" said Ragnall. "Almighty!" remarked Hans. "The child help us," muttered Harût. All the rest of them stared at me as though I were a freak or a lunatic. Then somebody laughed nervously and immediately everybody began to laugh. Even the distant army of the Black Kendah became convulsed with roars of unholy merriment, and I, Allan Quatermain, was the centre of all this mockery, till I felt as though I were going mad. Suddenly the laughter ceased and once more Simba the King began to roar out something about Jana the Invincible and Invulnerable, to which the White Kendah replied with cries of "Magic" and "Bewitched! Bewitched!" "Yes," yelled Simba, "no bullet can touch Jana the god, not even those of the White Lord who was brought from far to kill him." Hans leaped on to the top of the wall, where he danced up and down like an intoxicated monkey and screamed: "Then where is Jana's left eye? Did not my bullet put it out like a lamp? If Jana is invulnerable, why did my bullet put out his left eye?" Hans ceased from dancing on the wall and, steadying himself, lifted the little rifle in Intombi, shouting: "Let us see whether after all this beast is a god or an elephant." Then he touched the trigger, and simultaneously with the report I heard the bullet clap and saw blood appear in Jana's hide just by the very spot over the heart at which I had aimed without result. Of course the soft ball driven from a small bore rifle with a light charge of powder was far too weak to penetrate to the vitals. Probably it did not do much more than pierce through the skin and an inch or two of flesh behind it. Still its effects upon this invulnerable god were of a marked order. He whipped round, lifted his trunk and screamed with rage and pain. Then he lumbered off back towards his own people at such a pace that the attendants who held the chains on either side of him were thrown over and forced to leave go of him, while the king and the priest upon his back could only retain their seats by clinging to the chair and the rope about his neck. The result was satisfactory so far as the dispelling of magical illusions went, but it left me in a worse position than before, since it now became evident that what had protected Jana from my bullets was nothing more supernatural than my own lack of skill. Oh, never in my life did I drink of such a cup of humiliation as it was my lot to drain to the dregs in this most unhappy hour. Almost did I hope that I might be killed at once. And yet, how was it possible that with all my skill I should have missed this towering mountain of flesh 4 times in succession? The question is one to which I have never discovered any answer, especially as Hans hit it easily enough, which at the time I wished heartily he had not done, since his success only served to emphasize my miserable failure. Fortunately just then a diversion occurred which freed my unhappy self from further public attention. With a shout and a roar the great army of the Black Kendah woke into life. The advance had begun. End of chapter 19. Chapter 20 of The Ivory Child by H. Rider Haggard. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 20. Allan Weeps. On they came, slowly and steadily, preceded by a cloud of skirmishers, 1,000 or more of these, who kept as open an order as the narrow ground would allow, and carried, each of them, a bundle of throwing spears arranged in loops or sockets at the back of the shield. When these men were about 100 yards away we opened fire and killed a great number of them, also some of the marshalled troops behind. But this did not stop them in the least, for what could 50 rifles do against a horde of brave barbarians whom, it seemed, had no fear of death? Presently their spears were falling among us and a few casualties began to occur, not many because of the protecting wall, but still some. Again and again we loaded and fired, sweeping away those in front of us, but always others came to take their places. Finally, at some word of command, these light skirmishers vanished, except those who were dead or wounded, taking shelter behind the advancing regiments which were now within 50 yards of us. Then after a momentary pause another command was shouted out and the first regiment charged in 3 solid ranks. We fired a volley point blank into them and, as it was hopeless for 50 men to withstand such an onslaught, bolted during the temporary confusion that ensued, taking refuge, as it had been arranged that we should do, at a point of vantage further down the line of fortifications, whence we maintained our galling fire. Now it was that the main body of the White Kendah came into action under the leadership of Ragnall and Harût. The enemy scrambled over the first wall, which we had just vacated, to find themselves in a network of other walls held by our spearmen in a narrow place where numbers gave no great advantage. Here the fighting was terrible and the loss of the attackers great, for always as they carried one entrenchment they found another a few yards in front of them, out of which the defenders could only be driven at much cost life. 2 hours or more the battle went on thus. In spite of the desperate resistance which we offered, the multitude of the Black Kendah, who I must say fought magnificently, stormed wall after wall, leaving hundreds of dead and wounded to mark their difficult progress. Meanwhile I and my riflemen rained bullets on them from certain positions which we had selected beforehand, until at length our ammunition began to run low. At 8:30 in the morning we were driven back over the open ground to our last entrenchment, a very strong one just outside of the eastern gate of the temple which, it will be remembered, was set in a tunnel pierced through the natural lava rock. Thrice did the Black Kendah come on and thrice we beat them off, till the ditch in front of the wall was almost full of fallen. As fast as they climbed onto the top of it the White Kendah thrust them through with their long spears, or we shot them with our rifles, the nature of the ground being such that only a direct frontal attack was possible. In the end they drew back sullenly, having, as we hoped, given up the assault. As it turned out, this was not so. They were only resting and waiting for the arrival of their reserve. It came up shouting and singing a war song, 2,000 strong or more, and presently once more they charged like a flood of water. We beat them back. They reformed and charged a second time, and we beat them back. Then they took another counsel. Standing among the dead and dying at the base of the wall, which was built of loose stones and earth, where we could not easily get at them because of the showers of spears which were rained at anyone who showed himself, they began to undermine it, levering out the bottom stones with stakes and battering them with poles. In 5 minutes a breach appeared, through which they poured tumultuously. It was hopeless to withstand that onslaught for so vast a number. Fighting desperately, we were driven down the tunnel and through the doors that were opened to us into the first court of the temple. By furious efforts we managed to close these doors and block them with stones and earth. But this did not avail us long, for, bringing brushwood and dry grass, they built a fire against them that soon caught the thick cedar wood of which they were made. While they burned we consulted together. Further retreat seemed impossible, since the second court of the temple, save for a narrow passage, was filled with corn which allowed no room for fighting, while behind it were gathered all the women and children, more than 2,000 of them. Here, or nowhere, we must make our stand and conquer or die. Up to this time, compared with what we had inflicted upon the Black Kendah, of whom a couple of thousand or more had fallen, our loss was comparatively slight, say 200 killed and as many more wounded. Most of such of the latter as could not walk we had managed to carry into the first court of the temple, laying them close against the cloister walls, whence they watched us in a grisly ring. This left us about 1,600 able-bodied men, or many more than we could employ with effect in that narrow place. Therefore we determined to act upon a plan which we had already designed in case such an emergency as ours should arise. About 350 of the best men were to remain to defend the temple till all were slain. The rest, to the number of over 1,000, were to withdraw through the second court and the gates beyond to the camp of the women and children. These they were to conduct by secret paths that were known to them to where the camels were kraaled, and mounting as many as possible of them on the camels to fly whither they could. Our hope was that the victorious Black Kendah would be too exhausted to follow them across the plain to the distant mountains. It was a dreadful determination, but we had no choice. "What of my wife?" Ragnall asked hoarsely. "While the temple stands she must remain in the temple," replied Harût. "When all is lost, if I have fallen, do you, White Lord, go to the sanctuary with those who remain and take her and the Ivory Child and flee after the others. Only I lay this charge on you under pain of the curse of heaven, that you do not suffer the Ivory Child to fall into the hands of the Black Kendah. First you must burn it with fire or grind it to dust with stones. Moreover, I give this command to all in case of the priests in charge of it should fail me, that they set flame to the brushwood that is built upon the stacks of corn, so that, after all, those of our enemies who escape may die of famine." Instantly and without murmuring, for never did I see more perfect discipline than that which prevailed among these poor people, the orders given by Harût, who in addition to his office as head priest was a kind of president of what was in fact a republic, were put in the way of execution. Company by company the men appointed to escort the women and children departed through the gateway of the second court, each company turning in the gateway to salute us who remained, by raising their spears, till all were gone. Then we, the 350 who were left, marshalled ourselves as the Greeks may have done in the pass of Thermopylae. First stood I and my riflemen, to whom all the remaining ammunition was served out. It amounted to 8 rounds per man. Then ranged across the court in 4 lines came the spearmen armed with lances and swords under the immediate command of Harût. Behind these, near the gate of the second court, so that at the last they might attempt the rescue of the priestess, were 50 picked men, captained by Ragnall, who, I forgot to say, was wounded in 2 places, though not badly, having received a spear thrust in the left shoulder and a sword cut to the left thigh during his desperate defence of the entrenchment. By the time that all was ready and every man had been given to drink from the great jars of water which stood along the walls, the massive wooden doors began to burn through, though this did not happen for quite half an hour after the enemy had begun to attempt to fire them. They fell at length beneath the battering of poles, leaving only the mound of earth and stones which we had piled up in the gateway after the closing of the doors. This the Black Kendah, who had raked out the burning embers, set themselves to dig away with hands and sticks and spears, a task that was made very difficult to them by about a score of our people who stabbed at them with their long lances or dashed them down with stones, killing and disabling many. But always the dead and wounded were dragged off while others took their places, so that at last the gateway was practically cleared. Then I called back the spearmen who passed into the ranks behind us, and made ready to play my part. I had not long to wait. With a rush and a roar a great company of the Black Kendah charged at the gateway. Just as they began to emerge into the court I gave the word to fire, sending 50 Snider bullets tearing into them from a distance of a few yards. They fell in a heap. They fell like corn before the scythe. Not a man won through. Quickly we reloaded and waited for the next rush. In due course it came and the dreadful scene repeated itself. Now the gateway and the tunnel beyond were so choked with fallen men that the enemy must drag these out before they could charge any more. It was done under the fire of myself, Hans and a few picked shots. Somehow it was done. Once more they charged and once more were mown down. So it went on till our last cartridge was spent, for never did I see more magnificent courage than was shown by those Black Kendah in face of terrific loss. Then my people threw aside their useless rifles and arming themselves with spears and swords fell back to rest, leaving Harût and his company to take their place. For half an hour or more raged that awful struggle, since the spot being so narrow, charge as they would, the Black Kendah could not win through the spears of despairing warriors defending their lives and the sanctuary of their god. Nor, the encircling cliffs being so sheer, could they get round by any other way. At length the enemy drew back as though defeated, giving us time to drag aside our dead and wounded and drink more water, for the heat in the place was now overwhelming. We hoped against hope that they had given up the attack, but this was far from the case. They were but making a new plan. Suddenly in the gateway there appeared the huge bulk of the elephant Jana, rushing forward at speed and being urged on by men who pricked it with spears behind. It swept through the defenders as though they were but dry grass, battering those in front of it with its great trunk from which swung the iron balls that crushed all on whom they fell, and paying no more heed to the lance thrusts than it might have done to the bites of gnats. On it came, trumpeting and trampling, and after it in a flood flowed the Black Kendah, upon whom our spearmen flung themselves from either side. At the time I, followed by Hans, was just returning from speaking with Ragnall at the gate of the second court. A little before I had retired exhausted from the fierce and fearful fighting. Thereon he took my place and repelled several of the Black Kendah charges, including the last. In this fray he received a further injury, a knock on the head from a stick or stone which stunned him for a few minutes, whereon some of our people had carried him off and set him on the ground with his back against one of the pillars of the second gate. Being told that he was hurt, I ran to see what was the matter. Finding to my joy that it was nothing very serious, I was hurrying up to the front again when I looked up and saw that devil Jana charging straight towards me, the throng of armed men parting on each side of him as rough water does before the leaping prow of a storm-driven ship. To tell the truth, although I was never fond of unnecessary risks, I rejoiced at the sight. Not even all the excitement of that hideous and prolonged battle had obliterated from my mind the burning sense of shame at the exhibition which I had made of myself by missing this beast with 4 barrels at 40 yards. Now, I thought to myself with a kind of exultant thrill, now, Jana, I will wipe out both my disgrace and you. This time there shall be no mistake, or if there is, let it be my last. On thundered Jana, whirling the iron balls among the soldiers, who fled to right and left, leaving a clear path between him and me. To make quite sure of things, for I was trembling a little with fatigue and somewhat sick from the continuous sight of bloodshed, I knelt down upon my right knee, using the other as a prop for my left elbow, and since I could not make certain of a head shot because of the continual whirling of the huge trunk, got the sight of my big game rifle dead on to the beast where the throat joins the chest. I hoped that the heavy conical bullet would either pierce through to the spine or cut one of the large arteries in the neck, or at least that the tremendous shock of its impact would bring him down. At about 20 paces I fired and hit, not Jana but the lame priest who was fulfilling the office of mahout, perched upon his shoulders many feet above the point at which I had aimed. Yes, I hit him in the head, which was shattered like an eggshell so that he fell lifeless to the ground. In perfect desperation again I aimed and fired when Jana was not more than 30 feet away. This time the bullet must have gone wide to the left, for I saw a chip fly from the end of the animal's broken and deformed tusk, which stuck out in that direction several feet clear of its side. Then I gave up all hope. There was no time to gain my feet and escape. Indeed, I did not wish to do so, who felt that there are some failures which can only be absolved by death. I just knelt there, waiting for the end. In an instant the giant creature was almost over me. I remember looking up at it and thinking in a queer sort of way, perhaps it was some ancestral memory, that I was a little ape child about to be slain by a primordial elephant, thrice as big as any that now inhabit the earth. Then something appeared to happen which I only repeat to show how at such moments absurd and impossible things seem real to us. The reader may remember the strange dream which Hans had related to me that morning. One incident of this fantasy was that he had met the spirit of the Zulu lady Mameena, whom I knew in bygone years, and that she bade him tell me she would be with me in the battle, and that I was to look for her when death drew near to me, and Jana thundered on, for then perchance I should see her. Well, no doubt in some lightning flash of thought the memory of these words occurred to me at this juncture, with the ridiculous result that my subjective intelligence, if that is the right term, actually created the scene which they described. As clearly, or perhaps more clearly than ever I saw anything else in my life, I appeared to behold the beautiful Mameena in her fur cloak and her blue beads, standing between Jana and myself with her arms folded upon her breast and looking exactly as she did in the tremendous moment of her death before King Panda. I even noted how the faint breeze stirred a loose end of her outspread hair and how the sunlight caught a particular point of a copper bangle on her upper arm. So she stood, or rather seemed to stand, quite still. And as it happened at that moment the giant Jana, either because something had frightened him or perhaps owing to the shock of my bullet striking upon his tusk having jarred the brain, suddenly pulled up, sliding along a little with all his 4 feet together, till I thought he was going to sit down like a performing elephant. Then it appeared to me as though Mameena turned round very slowly, bent towards me, whispering something which I could not hear although her lips moved, looked at me sweetly with those wonderful eyes of hers, and vanished away. A fraction of a second later all this vision had gone and something that was no vision took its place. Jana had recovered himself and was at me again with open mouth and lifted trunk. I heard a Dutch curse and saw a little yellow form, saw Hans, for it was he, thrust the barrels of my second elephant gun almost into that red cave of a mouth, which however they could not reach, and fire, first one barrel and then the other. Another moment and the mighty trunk had wrapped itself about Hans and hurled him through the air to fall on to his head and arms 30 or 40 feet away. Jana staggered as though he too were about to fall, recovered himself, swerved to the right, perhaps to follow Hans, stumbled on a few paces, missing me altogether, then again came to a standstill. I wriggled myself round and, seated on the pavement of the court, watched what followed, and glad am I that I was able to do so, for never shall I behold such another scene. First I saw Ragnall run up with a rifle and fire 2 barrels at the brute's head, of which he took no notice whatsoever. Then I saw his wife, who in this land was known as the guardian of the child, issuing from the portals of the second court, dressed in her goddess robes, wearing the cap of a bird's feathers, attended by the 2 priestesses also dressed as goddesses, as we had seen her on the morning of sacrifice, and holding in front of her the statue of the Ivory child. On she came quite quietly, her wide empty eyes fixed upon Jana. As she advanced the monster seemed to grow uneasy. Turning his head he lifted his trunk and thrust it along his back until it gripped the ankle of the King Simba, who all this while was seated there in his chair making no movement. With a slow, steady pull he dragged Simba from the chair so that he fell upon the ground near his left foreleg. Next, very composedly, he wound his trunk about the body of the helpless man, whose horrified eyes I can see to this day, and began to whirl him round and round in the air, gently at first but with a motion that grew ever more rapid, until the bright chains on the victim's breast flashed in the sunlight like a silver wheel. Then he hurled him to the ground, where the poor king lay like a mere shattered pulp that had been human. Now the priestess was standing in front of the beast god, apparently quite without fear, though her two attendants had fallen back. Ragnall sprang forward as though to drag her away, but a dozen men leapt on to him and held him fast, either to save his life or for some secret reason of their own which I never learned. Jana looked down at her and she looked up at Jana. Then he screamed furiously and, shooting out his trunk, snatched the Ivory child from her hands, whirled it round as he had whirled Simba, and at last dashed it to the stone pavement as he had dashed Simba, so that its substance, grown brittle on the passage of the ages, shattered into 10,000 fragments. At this sight a great groan went up from the men of the White Kendah. The women dressed as goddesses shrieked and tore their robes, and Harût, who stood near, fell down in a fit or faint. Once more Jana screamed, then slowly he knelt down, beat his trunk and the clattering metal balls upon the ground thrice, as though he were making obeisance to the beautiful priestess who stood before him, shivered throughout his mighty bulk and rolled over, dead. The fighting ceased. The Black Kendah, who all this while had been pressing into the court of the temple, saw and stood stupefied. It was as though in the presence of events to them so pregnant and terrible, men could no longer lift their swords in war. A voice called, "The god is dead! The king is dead! Jana has slain Simba and has himself been slain. Shattered is the child, spilt is the blood of Jana. Fly, people of the Black Kendah, fly, for the gods are dead and your land is a land of ghosts." From every side this wail echoed, "Fly, people of the Black Kendah, for the gods are dead." They turned, they sped away like shadows, carrying their wounded with them, nor did any attempt to stay them. 30 minutes later, save for some desperately hurt or dying men, not one of them was left in the temple or the pass beyond. They had all gone, leaving none but the dead behind them. The fight was finished. The fight that had seemed lost was won. I dragged myself from the ground. As I gained my tottering feet, for now that all was over I felt as if I were made of running water, I saw the men who held Ragnall loose their grip of him. He sprang to where his wife was and stood before her as though confused, much as Jana had stood, Jana against whose head he rested, his left hand holding to the brute's gigantic tusk, for I think that he was also weak with toil, terror, loss of blood and emotion. "Luna," he gasped, "Luna." Leaning on the shoulder of a Kendah man, I drew nearer to see what passed between them, for my curiosity overcame my faintness. For quite a long while she stared at him, till suddenly her eyes began to change. It was as though a soul were arising in their emptiness as the moon arises in the quiet evening sky, giving them light and life. At length she spoke, in a slow, hesitating voice, the tones of which I remember well enough, saying, "Oh, George, that dreadful brute," and she pointed to the dead elephant, "has killed our baby. Look at it, look at it. We must be everything to each other now, dear, as we were before it came, unless God sends us another." Then she burst into a flood of weeping and fell into his arms, after which I turned away. So, to their honour be it said, did the Kendah, leaving the pair alone behind the bulk of dead Jana. Here I may state two things. First, that Lady Ragnall, whose bodily health had remained perfect throughout, entirely recovered her reason from that moment. It was as though on the shattering of the Ivory child some spell had been lifted off her. What this spell may have been I am quite unable to explain, but I presume that in a dim and unknown way she connected this effigy with her own lost infant, and that while she held and tended it her intellect remained in abeyance. If so, she must have connected its destruction with the death of her own child which, strangely enough, it will be remembered, was likewise killed by an elephant. The first death that occurred in her presence took away her reason. The second seeming death, which also occurred in her presence, brought it back again. Secondly, from the moment of the destruction of her boy in the streets of the English country town to that of the shattering of the Ivory child in Central Africa, her memory was an utter blank, with one exception. This exception was a dream which a few days later she narrated to Ragnall in my presence. That dream was that she had seen him and Savage sleeping together in a native house one night. In view of a certain incident recorded in this history, I leave the reader to draw his own conclusions as to this curious incident. I have none to offer, or if I have, I prefer to keep them to myself. Leaving Ragnall and his wife, I staggered off to look for Hans, and found him lying senseless near the north wall of the temple. Evidently he was beyond human help, for Jana seemed to have crushed most of his ribs in his iron trunk. We carried him to one of the priest's cells, and there I watched him till the end, which came at sundown. Before he died he became quite conscious and talked with me a good deal. "Don't grieve about missing Jana, Baas," he said, "for it wasn't you who missed him, but some devil that turned your bullets. You see, Baas, he was bewitched against you white men. When you look at him closely you will find that the Lord Igeza missed him also. Strange as it may seem, this proved to be the case, and when you managed to hit the tip of his tusk with the last ball the magic was wearing off him, that's all. But, Baas, those Black Kendah wizards forgot to bewitch him against the little yellow man, of whom they took no account. So I hit him sure enough every time I fired at him, and I hope he liked the taste of my bullets in that great mouth of his. He knew who had sent them there very well. That's why he left you alone and made for me, as I had hoped he would. Oh, Baas, I die happy, quite happy, since I have killed Jana and he caught me and not you, me who was nearly finished anyhow. For, Baas, though I didn't say anything about it, a thrown spear struck my groin when I went down among the Black Kendah this morning. It was only a small cut which bled little, but as the fighting went on something gave way and my inside began to come through it, though I tied it up with a bit of cloth, which of course means death in a day or two. Subsequent examination showed me that Hans's story of this wound was perfectly true. He could not have lived for very long. "Baas," he went on after a pause, "no doubt I shall meet that Zulu lady Mameena tonight. Tell me, is she really entitled to the royal salute? Because if not, when I am as much a spook as she is I will not give it to her again. She never gave me my titles, which are good ones in their way, so why should I give her the baite unless it is hers by right of blood, although I am only a little yellow dog as she chose to call me?" As this ridiculous point seemed to weigh upon his mind, I told him that Mameena was not even of royal blood and in no wise entitled to this salute of kings. "Ah," he said with a feeble grin, "then now I shall know how to deal with her, especially as she cannot pretend that I did not play my part in the battle as she bade me do. Did you see anything of her when Jana charged, Baas? Because I thought I did." "I seemed to see something, but no doubt it was only a fancy." "A fancy? Explain to me, Baas, where truths end and fancies begin, and whether what we think are fancies are not sometimes the real truths. Once or twice I have thought so of late, Baas." I could not answer this riddle, so instead I gave him some water which he asked for, and he continued: "Baas, have you any messages for the two Shining Ones, for her whose name is Holy and her sister, and for the child of her whose name is Holy, the Missie Marie, and for your reverend father the Predikant? If so, tell it quickly before my head grows too empty to hold the words." I will confess, however foolish it may seem, that I gave him certain messages, but what they were I shall not write down. Let them remain secret between me and him. Yes, between me and him, and perhaps those to whom they were to be delivered. For after all, in his own words, who can know exactly where fancies end and truth begin, and whether at times fancies are not the veritable truths in this universal mystery of which the individual life of each of us is so small a part? Hans repeated what I had spoken to him word for word, as a native does, repeated it twice over, after which he said he knew it by heart, and remained silent for a long while. Then he asked me to lift him up in the doorway of the cell so that he might look at the sun setting for the last time. "For, Baas," he added, "I think I am going far beyond the sun." He stared at it for a while, remarking that from the look of the sky there should be fine weather coming, "which will be good for your journey towards the Black Water, Baas, with all that ivory to carry." I answered that perhaps I should never get the ivory from the graveyard of the elephants, as the Black Kendah might prevent this. "No, Baas," he replied. "Now that Jana is dead, the Black Kendah will go away. I know it, I know it." Then he wandered for a space, speaking of sundry adventures we had shared together, till quite before the last indeed, when his mind returned to him. "Baas," he said, "did not the Captain Mavovo name me Light in Darkness? And is not that my name? When you two enter the darkness, look for that light. It will be shining very close to you." He only spoke once more. His words were: "Baas, I understand now what your reverend father, the Predikant, meant when he spoke to me about love last night. It had nothing to do with women, Baas, at least not much. It was something a great deal bigger, Baas, something as big as what I feel for you." Then Hans died with a smile on his wrinkled face. I wept. End of chapter 20. Chapter 21 of The Ivory Child by H. Rider Haggard. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 21. Homewards. There is not much more to write of this expedition, or if that statement be not strictly true, not much more that I wish to write, though I have no doubt that Ragnall, if he had a mind that way, could make a good and valuable book concerning many matters on which, confining myself to the history of our adventure, I have scarcely touched. All the affinities between this Central African worship of the Heavenly Child and its guardian, and that of Horus and Isis in Egypt, from which it was undoubtedly descended, for instance. Also the part in which the great serpent played therein, as it may be seen playing a part in every tomb upon the Nile, and indeed plays a part in our own and other religions. Further, our journey across the desert to the Red Sea was very interesting, but I am tired of describing journeys and of making them. The truth is that after the death of Hans, like to Queen Sheba when she had surveyed the wonders of Solomon's court, there was no more spirit in me. For quite a long while I did not seem to care at all what happened to me or to anybody else. We buried him in a place of honour, exactly where he shot Jana before the gateway of the second court, and when the earth was thrown over his little yellow face I felt as though half my past had departed with him into that hole. Poor drunken old Hans, where in the world shall I find another such man as you were? Where in the world shall I find so much love as filled the cup of that strange heart of yours? I dare say it is a form of selfishness, but what every man desires is something that cares for him alone, which is just why we are so fond of dogs. Now Hans was a dog with a human brain and he cared for me alone. Often our vanity makes us think that this has happened to some of us in the instant of one or more women, but honest and quiet reflection may well cause us to doubt the truth of such supposings. The woman who, as we believed, adored us solely has probably in the course of her career adored others, or at any rate other things. To take but one instance, that of Mameena, the Zulu lady whom Hans thought he saw in the shades. She, I believe, did me the honour to be very fond of me. but I am convinced that she was fonder still of her ambition. Now Hans never cared for any living creature or for any human hope or object as he cared for me. There was no man or woman whom he would not have cheated or even murdered for my sake. There was no earthly advantage, down to that of life itself, that he would not and in the end did not forgo for my sake. Witness the case of his little fortune which he invested in my rotten gold mine and thought nothing of losing for my sake. That is love in excelsis, and the man who has succeeded in inspiring it in any creature, even in a low, bibulous old Hottentot, may feel proud indeed. At least I am proud, and as the years go by the pride increases, as the hope grows that somewhere in the quiet of that great plain which he saw in his dream, I may find the light of Hans's love burning like a beacon in the darkness, as he promised I should do, and that it may guide and warm my shivering new-born soul before I dare the adventure of the infinite. Meanwhile, since the sublime and the ridiculous are so very near akin, I often wonder how he and Mameena settled that question of her right to the royal salute. Perhaps I shall learn one day. Indeed, already I have had a hint of it. If so, even in the blaze of a new and universal truth, I am certain that their stories will differ wildly. Hans was quite right about the Black Kendah. They cleared out, probably in search of food, where I do not know and I do not care, though whether this were a temporary or permanent move on their part remains, and so far as I am concerned is likely to remain, veiled in obscurity. They were great blackguards, though extraordinarily fine soldiers, and what became of them is a matter of complete indifference to me. One thing is certain, however. A very large percentage of them never migrated at all, for something over 3,000 of their bodies did our people have to bury in the pass and about the temple, a purpose for which all the pits and trenches we had dug came in very useful. Our loss, by the way, was 503, including those who died of wounds. It was a great fight and, except for those who perished in the pitfalls during the first rush, all practically hand to hand. Jana we interred where he fell because we could not move him, within a few feet of the body of his slayer Hans. I have always regretted that I did not take the exact measurements of this brute, as I believe the record elephant of the world, but I had no time to do so and no rule or tape at hand. I only saw him for a minute on the following morning, just as he was being tumbled into a huge hole, together with the remains of his master, Simba the King. I found, however, that the sole wounds upon him, save some cuts and scratches from spears, were those inflicted by Hans, namely the loss of one eye, the puncture through the skin over the heart made when he shot at him for the second time with the little rifle Intombi, and two neat holes at the back of the mouth through which the bullets from the elephant gun had driven upwards to the base of the brain, causing his death from hemorrhage on that organ. I asked the White Kendah to give me his two enormous tusks, unequalled, I suppose, in size and weight in Africa, although one was deformed and broken, but they refused. These, I presume, they wished to keep, together with the chains off his breast and trunk, as mementos of their victory over the god of their foes. At any rate, they hewed the former out with axes and removed the latter before tumbling the carcass into the grave. From the worn-down state of the teeth I concluded that this beast must have been extraordinarily old. How old it is impossible to say. That is all I have to tell of Jana. May he rest in peace, which certainly he will not do if Hans dwells anywhere in his neighbourhood, in the region which the old boy used to call that of the fires that do not go out. Because of my horrible failure in connexion with this beast, the very memory of which humiliates me, I do not like to think of it more than I can help. For the rest, the White Kendah kept faith with us in every particular. In a curious and semi-religious ceremony at which I was not present, Lady Ragnall was absolved from her high office of guardian or nurse to a god whereof the symbol no longer existed, though I believe that the priests collected the tiny fragments of ivory, or as many of them as could be found, and preserved them in a jar in the sanctuary. After this had been done, women stripped the nurse of her hallowed robes, of the ancient origin of which, by the way, I believe that none of them, except perhaps Harût, had any idea, any more than they knew that the child represented the Egyptian Horus and his lady guardian the moon god Isis. Then, dressed in some native garments, she was handed over to Ragnall and thenceforth treated as a stranger guest like ourselves, being allowed, however, to live with her husband in the same house that she had occupied during the period of her strange captivity. Here they abode together, lost in the mutual bliss of this wonderful reunion, which they had attained through so much bodily and spiritual darkness and misery, until a month or so later we started upon our journey across the mountains and the great desert that lay beyond them. Only once did I find any real opportunity of private conversation with Lady Ragnall. This happened after her husband had recovered from the hurts he received in the battle, on an occasion when he was obliged to separate from her for a day in order to attend to some matter in the Town of the Child. I think it had to do with the rifles used in the battle which he had presented to the White Kendah. So, leaving me to look after her, he went, unwillingly enough, who seemed to hate losing sight of his wife even for an hour. I took her for a walk into the wood, to that very point indeed on the lip of the crater whence we had watched her play her part as priestess in the Feast of the First Fruits. After we had stood there a while we went down among the great cedars, trying to retrace the last part of our march through the darkness of that anxious night, whereof now for the first time I told her all the story. Growing tired of scrambling among the fallen boughs, at length Lady Ragnall sat down and said: "Do you know, Mr. Quatermain, these are the first words we have really had since that party at Ragnall before I was married, when, as you may have forgotten, you took me in to dinner." I replied that there was nothing I recollected much more clearly, which was both true and the right thing to say, or so I supposed. "Well," she said slowly, "you see that after all there was something in those fancies of mine, which at the time you thought would be best to be dealt with by a doctor, about Africa and the rest I mean." "Yes, Lady Ragnall, though of course we should always remember that coincidence accounts for many things. In any case they are done with now." "Not quite, Mr. Quatermain, even as you mean, since we have still a long way to go. Also, in another sense, I believe that they are but begun." "I do not understand, Lady Ragnall." "Nor do I, but listen. You know that of anything which happened during those months I have no memory at all, except of that one dream when I seemed to see George and Savage in the hut. I remember my baby being killed by that horrible circus elephant, just as the Ivory child was killed, or rather destroyed by Jana, which I suppose is another of your coincidences, Mr. Quatermain. After that I remember nothing until I woke up and saw George standing in front of me, covered with blood, and you and Jana dead, and the rest." "Because during that time your mind was gone, Lady Ragnall." "Yes, but where had it gone? I tell you, Mr. Quatermain, that although I remember nothing of what was passing about me then, I do remember a great deal of what seemed to be passing either long ago or in some time to come, though I have said nothing of it to George, as I hope you will not either. It might upset him." "What do you remember?" I asked. "That's the trouble, I can't tell you. What was once very clear to me has for the most part become vague and formless. When my mind tries to grasp it, it slips away. It was another life to this, quite a different life, and there was a great story in it of which I think that what we have been going through is either a sequel or a prologue. You see, I saw cities and temples with people moving about them, George and you among them, also that old priest Harût. You will laugh, but my recollection is that you stood in some relationship to me, either that of father or brother." "Or perhaps a cousin," I suggested. "Or perhaps a cousin," she repeated, smiling, "or a great friend. At any rate, something very intimate. As for George, I don't know what he was, or Harût either. But the odd thing is that little yellow man Hans, whom I only saw once living for a few minutes that I can remember, comes more clearly back to my mind than any of you. He was a dwarf, much stouter than when I saw him the other day, but very like. I recall him curiously dressed with feathers and holding an ivory rod, seated upon a stool at the feet of a great personage, a king I think. The king asked him questions and everyone listened to his answers. That is all, except that the scenes seemed to be flooded with sunlight. Which is more than this place is. I think we'd better be moving, Lady Ragnall, or you will catch a chill under these damp cedars." I said this because I did not wish to pursue the conversation. I considered it too exciting under all her circumstances, especially as I perceived that mystical look gathering on her face and in her beautiful eyes, which I remembered noting before she was married. She read my thoughts and answered with a laugh. "Yes, it is damp, but you know that I am very strong and damp will not hurt me. For the rest you need not be afraid, Mr. Quatermain. I did not lose my mind. It was taken from me by some power and sent to live elsewhere. Now it has been given back, and I do not think it will be taken again in that way." "Of course it won't," I exclaimed confidently. "Whoever dreamed of such a thing?" "You did," she answered, looking me in the eyes. "Now before we go I want to say one more thing. Harût and the head priestess have made me a present. They have given me a box full of that herb they called tobacco, but of which I have discovered the real name is taduki. It is the same that they burned in the bowl when you and I saw visions at Ragnall Castle, which visions, Mr. Quatermain, by another of your coincidences, have since been translated into facts." "I know. We saw you breathe that smoke again as priestess when you uttered the prophecy as oracle of the Child at the feast of the first fruits. But what are you going to do with this stuff, Lady Ragnall? I think you have had enough of visions just at present." "So do I, though to tell you the truth I like them. I am going to keep it and do nothing, as yet. Still I want you always to remember one thing. Don't laugh at me." Here again she looked me in the eyes. "That there is a time coming, some way off I think, when I and you, no one else, Mr. Quatermain, will breathe that smoke again together and see strange things." "No, no," I replied. "I have given up tobacco of the Kendah variety. It is too strong for me." "Yes, yes," she said, "for something that is stronger than the Kendah tobacco will make you do it, when I wish." "Did Harût tell you that, Lady Ragnall?" "I don't know," she answered confusedly. "I think the Ivory child told me. It used to talk to me often. You know that child isn't really destroyed. Like my reason that seemed to be lost, it has only gone backwards or forwards where you and I shall see it again. You and I and no others, unless it be the little yellow man. I repeat that I do not know when that will be. Perhaps it is written in those rolls of papyrus which they have given me also, because they said they belong to me who am the first priestess and the last. They told me, however, or perhaps," she added, passing her hand across her forehead, "it was the child who told me, that I was not to attempt to read them or have them read until after a great change in my life. What the change will be I do not know." "And had better not inquire, Lady Ragnall, since in this world most changes are for the worse." "I agree and shall not inquire. Now I have spoken to you like this because I felt that I must do so. Also I want to thank you for all you have done for me and George. Probably we shall not talk in such a way again. As I am situated the opportunity will be lacking, even if the wish is present. So once more I thank you from my heart. Until we meet again, I mean really meet, goodbye." And she held her right hand to me in such a fashion that I knew she meant me to kiss it. This I did very reverently and we walked back to the temple almost in silence. That month of rest, or rather the last 3 weeks of it, since for the first few days after the battle I was quite prostrate, I occupied in various ways, amongst others in a journey with Harût to Simba Town. This we made after our spies had assured us that the Black Kendah were really gone somewhere to the southwest, in which direction fertile and unoccupied lands were said to exist about 300 miles away. It was with very strange feelings that I retraced our road and looked once more upon that wind-bent tree still scored with the marks of Jana's huge tusk, in the boughs of which Hans and I had taken refuge from the monster's fury. Crossing the river, quite low now, I travelled up the slope down which we had raced for our lives and came to the melancholy lake and the cemetery of dead elephants. Here all was unchanged. There was the little mount worn by his feet, on which Jana was wont to stand. There were the rocks, behind which I had tried to hide, and near to them some crushed human bones, which I knew to be those of the unfortunate Marût. These we buried with due reverence on the spot where he had fallen, I meanwhile thanking God that my own bones were not being interred at their side, as but for Hans would have been the case, if they were ever interred at all. All about lay the skeletons of dead elephants, and from among these we collected as much of the best ivory as we could carry, namely about 50 camel loads. Of course there was much more, but a great deal of the stuff had been exposed for so long to sun and weather that it was almost worthless. Having sent this ivory back to the town of the Child, which was being rebuilt after a fashion, we went on to Simba Town through the forest, dispatching pickets ahead of us to search and to make sure that it was empty. Empty it was indeed. Never did I see such a place of desolation. The Black Kendah had left it just as it stood, except for a pile of corpses which lay around and over the altar in the market-place, where the 3 poor camel-men were sacrificed to Jana, doubtless those of wounded men who had died during or after the retreat. The doors of the houses stood open. Many domestic articles, such as great jars resembling that which had been set over the head of the dead man whom we were commanded to restore to life, and other furniture lay about because they could not be carried away. So did a great quantity of spears and various weapons of war, whose owners being killed would never want them again. Except a few starved dogs and jackals, no living creature remained in the town. It was in its own way as waste and even more impressive than the graveyard of elephants by that lonely lake. "The curse of the Child worked well," said Harût to me grimly. "First the storm, the hunger, then the battle, and now the misery of flight and ruin." "It seems so," I answered, "yet that curse like others came back to roost, for if Jana is dead and his people fled, where are the Child and many of its people? What will you do without your God, Harût?" "Repent of our sins and wait till the heavens send us another, as doubtless they will in their own season," he replied very sadly. I wonder whether they ever did, and if so what form that new divinity put on. I slept, or rather did not sleep that night, in the same guest house in which Marût and I had been imprisoned during our dreadful days of fear, reconstructing in my mind every event connected with them. Once more I saw the fires of sacrifice flaring upon the altar and heard the roar of the dancing hail that proclaimed the ruin of the Black Kendah as loudly as the trumpet of a destroying angel. Very glad was I when the morning came at length and, having looked my last upon Simba Town, I crossed the moats and set out homewards toward the forest, whereof the stripped boughs also spoke of death, though in the spring these would grow green again. 10 days later we started from the Holy Mount, a caravan of about 100 camels, of which 50 were laden with the ivory and the rest ridden by our escort under the command of Harût and our 3 selves. But there was an evil fate upon this ivory, as on everything else that had to do with Jana. Some weeks later in the desert a great sandstorm overtook us in which we barely escaped with our lives. At the height of the storm the ivory-laden camels broke loose, flying before it. Probably they fell and were buried beneath the sand. At any rate, of the 50, we only recovered 10. Ragnall wished to pay me the value of the remaining loads, which ran into thousands of pounds, but I would not take the money, saying it was outside our bargain. Some time since then I have thought that I was foolish, especially when on glancing at that codicil to his will in after days, the same which he had given me before the battle, I found that he had set me down for a legacy of £10,000. But in such matters every man must follow his own instinct. The White Kendah, an unemotional people, especially now that they were mourning for their lost god and their dead, watched us go without any demonstration of affection or even of farewell. Only those priestesses who had attended upon the person of Lady Ragnall while she played a divine part among them wept when they parted from her, and uttered prayers that they might meet her again in the presence of the Child. The pass through the great mountains proved hard to climb, as the foothold for the camels was bad, but we managed it at last most of the way on foot, pausing a little while on their crest to look our last for ever at the land which we had left, where the Mount of the Child was still dimly visible. Then we descended their farther slope and entered the northern desert. Day after day and week after week we travelled across that endless desert by a way known to Harût on which water could be found, the only living things in all its vastness, meeting with no accidents save that of the sandstorm in which the Ivory was lost. I was much alone during that time, since Harût spoke little and Ragnall and his wife were wrapped up in each other. At length, months later, we struck a little port on the Red Sea, of which I forget the Arab name, a place as hot as the infernal regions. Shortly afterwards, by great good luck, two trading vessels put in for water, one bound for Aden, in which I embarked en route for Natal, and the other for the port of Suez, whence Ragnall and his wife could travel overland to Alexandria. Our parting was so hurried at the last, as is often the way after long fellowship, that beyond mutual thanks and good wishes we said little to one another. I can see them now standing with their arms about each other watching me disappear. Concerning their future there is so much to tell that of it I shall say nothing, at any rate here and now, except that Lady Ragnall was right. We did not part for the last time. As I shook old Harût's hand in farewell, he told me that he was going on to Egypt, and I asked him why. "Perchance to look for another god, Lord Macumazana," he answered gravely, "whom now there is no Jana to destroy. We may speak of that matter if we should meet again." Such are some of the things that I remember about this journey, but to tell the truth I paid little attention to them and many others, for oh, my heart was sore because of Hans. End of chapter 21. End of The Ivory Child by H. Rider Haggard.